Hello and welcome to one of these live chats. I've put YouTube on as well, whether or not that works. There's no background for YouTube, so hopefully if someone comes across, let me know. So I am doing a live chat here with people on TikTok if anyone is interested. So I've got YouTube on, but it's just a black screen to see whether or not live chat works on YouTube. The problem is it required TikTok's good, it allows me to put a background. YouTube, no, you have to show your face, and of course we know that my two heads will put people off. Shane's right, missing my favourite. I'm just started it. I literally just started it. Shane, so if you're there, Shane, hello. Just waiting for people to join. So I don't know if you guys saw a video I just done where I show that the Anunnaki were talking about themselves on their home planet when they were younger. I mean, wow. I knew of those kind of stories because of other people's translations of them, but I've never actually come across the translations myself. I've read translations, but I wanted to see the actual tablet that it was in, and it's a tablet I've read many times, but I didn't piece it together. And so when I was yesterday I had to go to work. My normal work for an hour just to help them out. So I took a couple of videos of my latest book. So I'll be uploading some of the videos that I've done while I was there over the next week. But this book, thank you, History and Coins. Hope you're well. So this new book. Well, as you see, literally shows the Anunnaki were the young on their home planet, and they had a city called Nibiru on their home planet of Nibiru or Nibru. I know you could say, well, hang on a minute, it seems a bit daft having a name of your own planet. Like we would call Earth. Is there anywhere that we call Earth? Well, technically, Anunnaki gave us the name Earth, so have we got any Earths? Yeah, we're standing on it. So when you look at Earth, as in mud, dirt, that's technically Earth. So while Earth is also a planet, it's also an object as such. And so, having a city named after, who are we to talk? I mean, there's some places in England we're having to change the names now because it might be hurty words for someone, names of streets and names of cities and all sorts of stuff, so because it may be hurty words. So who are we to say that they can't have a city named after their planet? But yeah, so that literally shows, anyone that knows about the Anunnaki, they weren't young. The two that were referred to were not young when they came here. Otherwise, they would have been a Gigi, and they weren't. They were the greater gods. So thank you, Samantha. Bless you. So literally, I mean, you'd have to be, totally bonkers to not grasp that the Anunnaki literally were writing about them on their home planet, which is pretty impressive. So to the person that's just joined on YouTube, so I'm Our True History. I don't normally have a background on TikTok. I normally have text, but YouTube won't allow me to put text on the background, so it's a complete black screen. But I will read any questions out if you actually write anything. But I normally reply to the TikTok ones because this is the first time I've done a YouTube one where I am an expert in paranormal, 40 odd years, solved many things that no one else has ever solved. So just scrolling down on the messages. Let me have a look now. History and Coins wrote, hi boss, hi History and Coins. Red Pill We are old friends. Michael Baker. I remember your name. I do indeed. How are you doing? Yeah, brilliant. You're normally on TikTok though, I thought. So I'm guessing you caught me on YouTube as well. So I'm doing this at the same time. I had a TikTok called Elohim. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I recognise your name. Sorry to the TikTok people. Was someone that's joined the black screen on YouTube. Red Pill has wrote, Earth not flat, it's just a ball, mate. I know, that's why if you read it properly, it says Earth is not flat. So you've kind of agreed with me. So yes, it is. We know that, but flat earthers don't know that. Michael's wrote, good brother. I hope you are. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I'm still at the old research. I've been doing it for literally majority of my life. So I'm not going to stop. I'll always. I just can't sit there and do nothing. And there's only so many films you can watch, only so much music you can listen to. But learning stuff, you can learn, lifetimes worth. So yeah, that's what I do. I burn Qur'an. Wrote the Abrahamics are copying Anunnaki. Technically, if you watch my video called Islam Solved, technically what they've done, if you go by the Quran and Abraham, etc., what they've done was had a guy, don't hate me if you're religious, 2 seconds you work it out yourself. They had a guy that come up with the idea that although there were gods, and we know there were gods, in the Anunnaki were the gods, but elsewhere, in other words, not in Israel. Sorry, Michael's wrote, Emerald tablets of Thoth will blow their mind. Yeah. So what this character Abraham done was took what was already done from the Anunnaki gods, which ended up being either Catholics if it was a pantheon, or Christian if it was just Marduk. Took that and reworded some of it so that it would fit better for him and his family and his type of people, and that's pretty much all he done. Now you could argue, well, no, he saw Archangel and all this stuff. Well, I can argue that if you just got one person telling me something that they've got told, and then the rest of the stuff is copied from older stories, which is what it was, but bits selectively chosen. And this Archangel saw Abraham over many, many years. I think it was 17 years, something like that. Not once did Abraham say, do you know what, could you do me a favour and stay here? I've got all these people telling me I'm a liar. Would you mind just saying, look guys, hello, yeah, I know old Abe here. No. So basically it was he was writing the Bible, or his version, over and over until it got to something that he was happy with over a very long period of time. Michael's on YouTube's put laugh out loud. It's true. I mean, it's the same went for the Mormons. You have one person say that God tells him, hang on a minute, all these other gods that come before me, yeah, those people just made up the word God for no reason whatsoever. You had 50 odd gods before me, in different areas, let alone the 2,000 gods, which were all the Anunnaki anyway. But I'm on about the Norse gods and the Greek gods and the Roman gods and the Indian gods, etc. Once you've got all of those, and then suddenly the Mormons, and even the Quran. Michael's wrote, I suppose you would tell it as you saw it at the time. Unless you didn't see it and you thought, same as the Mormons, you've got a guy that goes around telling everyone that an almighty being told him that, oops, yeah, sorry about all the other ones that predate me, they're all wrong, they're the fake ones. So what, fake gods just suddenly appeared? So yeah, you get the idea. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to work out when you actually, instead of reading the book Quran, for example, if you go back and actually look at who gave the information, you've got one guy. Eventually his cousin got involved, but that's down the line. Hey, look, I've got a good gig here, guys. I'm doing quite well. We're gonna get lots of people following us and donating, etc., etc. It's a no-brainer, but people will follow whatever. History and Coins has wrote, using a streamline. You using Streamline? I'm not. I've just literally put YouTube on, and I've got 4 people listening to me on YouTube, which is really weird because there's a totally black screen. So, guys, I am I know it sounds really bad, but I am an expert in these fields. Michael's right. I must go. Keep up the good work. The path is set. Thank you very much, Michael. Bless you, and I hope to talk to you again soon. Thank you. So I'm on TikTok as well, reading out these things. Mrs. J has wrote Sitchin. Do you mean Zachariah Sitchin? Yes, I do, yeah. So Zachariah Sitchin wrote many books on the Anunnaki. I have not followed his footsteps. I didn't even know about him when I first started my journey when I was 6, many, many, many years ago. But I do have the evidence that shows that he was correct. Unfortunately, his book, he didn't put where he got all the information from, but I've done that on an amazing video that's hours and hours long. So if anyone's interested in the evidence of the Anunnaki being the gods in the Bible and aliens, just go. I was watching a bit of it the other day. It's freaking damn good. No wonder why no one's debunked it. 17,000 views on YouTube that video's got, and Christ knows how many on TikTok when I put the same 30 odd minutes up. So it's hours long, but many hours long. But I put 34 minutes up on YouTube, and I put 34 minutes up on TikTok, and thousands and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands watched it now. Not one person says it's wrong. And honestly, I was watching it again. Thank you, Gary. I was watching it again, and I can't debunk myself while I was watching it, because I would. You know my brain. In fact, I was listening to some music today, and it was that song, "The Day the Music Died," and my brain just said no. You know, as he was singing, I was like, no, because you're singing a song, so therefore the music didn't die. You're still singing a song, so therefore music's not died. And that's how stupid my brain is. It's very annoying sometimes. I work out the littlest, stupidest things, so I must be stupid. Samantha's wrote, please can you speak about mermaids a little? So I have done, I don't know if you saw the video documentary that I've done on mermaids. It's a very good documentary, probably the best you'll ever see. If you haven't already seen it, feel free to watch it. But basically, the Anunnaki, the first mention of mermaids, the first carvings of mermaids, was from the Anunnaki in the Middle East. You can't get any older than that. So, you know, you can't, other than, you know, literally cavemen a million years ago, which we haven't got any carvings of mermaids from cavemen. Literally, it was the Anunnaki. So there's carvings of them, mermen as well, and they've got, some of them's got the turbans on while they've got the fish tails, and there's even a small figurine sitting down, which looks a bit like Enki. I'm not saying it is 100%, because sometimes some of them did wear turbans, the Anunnaki. Not, you know, it wasn't just Enki that wore the turban, so that's why you should watch my video that's coming out called Anunnaki Signs, because I go through the poses that the Anunnaki do, so that you then learn. Sorry, my Wi-Fi was off on the other phone. It just warned me my data was low. Hi to the. They've disappeared. I'm going to turn YouTube off. It's annoying me now. Right, okay, that's done. Yeah, so there's a carving or a little statue of an Anunnaki sitting, probably Enki, to be honest with you, because he's got a bag, and if you look at the statue in Baghdad Museum, he's standing with the same bag. So I'm not saying that it's definitely him, but more than likely he is. And sitting beside him, a very small figure, smaller than he is, probably, equivalent size that if the Anunnaki were 8 to 12 foot, if not taller. If not taller, I mean, there's a possibility they were up to 20 foot tall. This little character beside him has a fishtail, sort of leaning up with a fishtail. So mermaids, the very first. Now you could say, well, that's symbolic. It means that they go swimming, which is a fair question and a fair point, because Enki himself in Cylinder Seals is carved with water coming out of him and fish. And you're going to say, well, hang on a minute, that's not, you can't be walking around and water pouring out of you. And so that is symbolic. That's showing that character there is Enki, because he's the god of water. So that's how on Cylinder Seals, where you can't get that much definition. I mean, these Cylinder Seals are literally 1 inch to 2 inches, so tiny. So to make sure that these representations are the right characters, they have these poses. And my amazing video called Anunnaki Signs, it's not out yet, but will be coming out. You can get to it from my website. It's already listed, and the link's there already. That's going to blow your mind, I think. So if you watch my amazing documentary on mermaids, what happens is I looked for you always start from the beginning. That's the only way to research. Forget halfway through and forget what people tells you. Just go straight to the beginning. And they were the beginning. The Anunnaki had mermaids. Now, whether or not they were a figure of speech, but you look like I did. You look from the time period from when they had them to where, and they bear in mind they were in the Middle East, and South Africa or Africa as well. Those mermaids over time ended up being seen in different places and carved and drew and depicted in different places after that. So you kind of got a map of where they went, or where they were spotted after the Anunnaki's period. So as it goes all the way up to even modern times, there's many stories of mermaids. In fact, there was one on Joe Rogan the other day about a guy in the Seychelles that was told not to go to this particular bit because, he didn't say why, but apparently he saw a mermaid jump out of the water. But mermaids, there's different types. So you've got the Anunnaki ones with the, where they look like Anunnaki. They've got the same wristwatch and turbans and poses at the top part of the body of the same poses and so on. But then you also have many stories. Thank you, Elise. Many stories of what the mermaids actually look like. So are they hybrids? Are they descendants of pure mermaids from the Anunnaki? So the thing is, the thing that gets me is they clearly got technology to create life, from different sources, because we're here and we've got Neanderthal DNA and we've got a missing link. So we're here. They can clearly do that. And in the translations from the Columbia University, they talk about having four-legged gods on their planet. In other words, four-legged Anunnaki. And that, that when I first read that, I was like, well, that can't be right. How can you have four-legged Anunnaki? You can't. It's like us having a four-legged human. And then you think, well, hang on a minute, a centaur. Fair enough. So when you start piecing it together, did the Anunnaki already have creatures on their planet that they'd already manipulated with their own DNA as opposed to us? So bottom line is with the mermaids, I mean, you can watch I think it's an hour and something long documentary, but the bottom line is the mermaids were half Anunnaki, not half human. That's the key to all of it. We're all sitting here going, well, and none of the carvings had breathing apparatus. Now, that's not to say they didn't need breathing apparatus, but none of them did. Now, I did try. I mean, some of these carvings are tiny, and I'm lucky that people took pictures of them and things like that. I was looking for gills, any kind of fish thing that would help them breathe underwater, but I couldn't see it. That's not, so it could have been there. It's just obviously either eroded or they didn't bother carving it, or etc. So yeah, have a watch of the documentary if you're interested. Thank you, K-Wit. Because I go through obviously more stories of the mermaids throughout the periods, where they went, South Africa and so on, Rome, and thank you, Kerry, as well. So it's a really good documentary. You'll find stuff in that the mainstream won't even talk to you about, would never tell you. So it's fascinating. Let's trade has put laughing faces. Hopefully that was something funny I said, and then put laugh my ass off, and then you what? So we've got. I wonder if of course they don't follow me. Feel free to ask me a question. If you think I'm being stupid, I will happily point you to the evidence. All you have to do. Thank you, K-Wit, again. That's very nice of you. To the person that's put the you what, which his name is Let's Trade. All you have to do is, for the mermaids, if that's what you're referring to, all you have to do is just type in on Google. I'm guessing you would type in, I can't remember what you need to type in, but Sumerian mermaid, and you'll probably find it. Loads of carvings, not just one. I mean, you all watch my documentary where I show them all. Mrs. J has wrote Sitchin. Are you talking about Zachariah Sitchin? I was indeed, or am indeed. Let's Trade has wrote meat equals Canada overgrowth. I don't know where you're going with that. Let's Trade has wrote what are you chatting? Then wrote Let's Trade. Then wrote, sorry, I carried on listening to you. I quickly watched one of your videos. My God, you are amazing. That's why I'm number 2. It says number 2 beside your name. I'm guessing that's what you mean. You've been here long enough that you're the second person that came in and stayed, because you obviously understood how good I am. Well, thank you very much. I am good. I have a humongous ego when it comes to this. It's ridiculous. I struggle. I bash my head sometimes walking through the door. But other things, I am, not an expert. I'm crap. So let me have this, will you? Nobody puts baby in the corner. Alexander Cameron has wrote every war equals reset. Be interested to know what you're referring to in terms of reset, because there's wars like World War One, World War Two. Are you saying that everything was reset after that? You see where I'm going with this? You kind of need to be a little bit more specific on every war. So are you saying alien wars as opposed to our wars? Because obviously, Ukraine war, and there's all sorts of wars going on. Alexander's wrote, it's flat, look up Tataria map. I have done. Sorry, Alexander, you've come. I know it says you follow me, but I will happily expose, and I have done. So the Tatarian map, just to give you a clue, was a Mongolian map. A Mongolian empire called Tatarian Empire 500 years ago. That map doesn't show that it's flat, by the way. And it does show that there was a Mongolian empire and they had land, which is exactly what we all know anyway. So no, it's not flat, and I'm happily, give me your best evidence that it's flat. I've written books on it, trust me. It's not going to be pretty. Give me your best evidence it's flat. I'll just give you one thing that proves it's round. Even by the flat earthers, they actually prove it's round without even knowing it. It's amazing. Alexander's wrote, it's lands, not worlds. Not sure what you're referring to there. Obviously you're talking about the flat earth, but obviously it's not flat, so unfortunately I'm trying to be nice. Hacks has wrote, it's in the Bible that it's flat. No, it's not. So unfortunately, Hacks, couple of things. First of all, you can translate the Bible slightly differently. So if you scroll back on my videos, 2 videos back, I think it is, you'll see that I rewrite Genesis using the original words. Using the original words because many of the Hebrew words can be translated into many different things. Like we have bark, dog bark, tree bark, 2 different things. And Hebrew has many more, unfortunately. So, for example, there's one word that will say wind, disposition, breeze, and spirit. 4 totally different things. So when you look at the Bible, you need to look at what it actually says, not what someone wrote it down as. Because the people that wrote the Bible have rose-tinted glasses. I don't. So when I reread the Bible with using the other words, my version actually for Genesis actually matches mainstream's version as well as the Unum release, compared to the 0 evidence whatsoever of an almighty being creating heavens and earth. Mine actually matches with science about how our solar system was formed. So when you say it's in the Bible it's flat, no. No, sorry. Alexander's wrote God, dog. So what happens here is some people look at English words. I mean, sorry, don't hate me for making you look silly, but it's not my fault. So some people use the words like God and then dog, because if you do it backwards, it's dog. Bearing in mind the original word for the Anunnaki, although the Anunnaki were gods and that's their race name, it wasn't actually that. It was another name, but I can't pronounce it, so I always use the word gods, because we'll start going blah blah. You'll be going, well, what's that mean? So I just use the word gods. So God technically ends up being a more modern name. So Alexander's wrote dogma. Hax has wrote the four corners of the earth. So the Anunnaki do actually mention the 4 corners of the earth. Now, if you know anything about the Anunnaki, you know that they were here before the Great Flood. So you'll know, I'm sure you're smart enough, Hacks, to work out that before the Great Flood, the land masses had probably 4 land masses, whereas now we've got a lot less because of the Great Flood. So when they're talking about the 4 corners, they're actually referring to the 4 land masses. Samantha wrote, we can't argue with our true history is the best. Thank you very much, Samantha. I try not to argue, I try to educate, but I can't help. Help! And then History's wrote to Samantha, yes he is, thanks. Oh, bless. Samantha's wrote back to History. I don't normally read out people's, but Samantha's wrote, I know he's brilliant. Well, that's very kind of you guys. You're too kind. Not kind enough. No, I'm joking. KBD is wrote, is it possible that the tree of knowledge is actually a metaphor for our DNA strain? So I have actually done a deep dive into the tree of knowledge. So there's a very, very good video, if you're interested, that I've made where I go through. I go through the whole process of the tree of knowledge in that video. It's I sound like Donald Trump now. It's amazing. But it is pretty good. So basically, you've got the Norse stories of the tree of knowledge, etc., and that go off into the cosmos. There's many trees of knowledge. And then you've also got the tree of knowledge, which Adam and Eve would have probably ate a fruit from. So I don't want to spoil the video, because I sit and spend months researching and then doing weeks editing and stuff. So I don't want to give everything away. But there's 2 versions of the tree of knowledge. One is a physical tree, and one is not a physical tree. I don't want to spoil it for you, because you're kind of on the right track. So feel free to watch that video. Sorry, I know it sounds really bad, because what's the point in doing these lives if I'm not going to give out the information? But at the same time, what's the point in doing those long documentaries where it queues up everything perfectly, so that whereas I'll miss things on a live chat, the video hopefully doesn't miss anything, and then you can go, okay, I can see why he's never been debunked, because he puts everything down damn well good. AD has wrote Flat Earth. I'm guessing you're a flat earther. Are you here still? I'd like to ask you a simple question for everyone to laugh and joke about. Oh wow, we're on 50 people listening. What an amazing thing, TikTok. Thank you so much. For a minute I thought we was going to get higher than 50. TikTok limits me to 50, by the way, because one of us out there on TikTok land tells the truth and the others don't, and they get more than 50 people, whereas the one that tells the truth gets 50 people. There you go. Look, smack on 50. It's crazy, isn't it? History's wrote 80 Maya. No, I can only see 50. I don't know whether that's then. Thank you, History. I can see 50 right now. 54 now. So I'm wondering whether they do this to discourage people like myself, thinking, oh well, if you've only got 50, what's the point in giving out all this real information? I don't know. But AD, are you still here? I would love to ask you a simple question, which everyone will have a laugh at, because AD wrote Flat Earth, and I would just ask you one question. Please be here, please. I'd like to ask you a question. Mrs. Jones wrote, I will revisit Zachariah. Appreciate you. No worries at all. Could I suggest watching at least 30 minutes of my documentary before you look at Zachariah Sitchin's work? And you can get to that video. It's on YouTube, but you can get to it nice and easy from my website, outruehistory.co.uk. Scroll down on the home page to where it says click here in blue. If you do that, it'll take you to YouTube. Sit back, watch that. It's hours long. If you want to watch the rest of it, you can. Watch that, then go, okay, now I'm going to read anything that Sitchin's done. Because it gives you the evidence of what Sitchin's talking about. So next time people say, oh, Sitchin couldn't translate it, Sitchin made it up, the beautiful part of all that is it shows they have no knowledge. This is why this is why I pretend that I'm the world's smartest man, because people are thick when they come out with things like Sitchin translated it wrong. He never translated them. I show in that video the translations that were done before he was even born, so he was using other people's translations. So it goes to show how thick people are when they think that Zachariah Sitchin's wrong. Even the Y-Files did it. At the end of his video on the Anunnaki, he said Zachariah Sitchin's wrong. He said his translations were wrong. And of course I had to go along and debunk him and do an amazing video showing where the Y-Files were wrong. So yes, please watch that video, and then once you've watched that, because otherwise you'll have the little bit doubts in your mind, because Zachariah doesn't put where the evidence is. I do. I mean, I go through everything. I go through the British Museum, I go through the Louvre, I go through Ashurbanipal, I go through the whole lot. And I prove, well, no one's debunked it, and no one will probably ever be able to debunk it, because I literally go through absolutely everything with a fine-tooth comb. Scrolling down, Darwin with a blue heart wrote hi with a blue heart. Yes, I've got my eyes on you, Darwin. Thank you very much. Our History and Coins has wrote, can you tell us the diameter of the flat earth? To the ad person, which isn't going to happen. History, you enjoy this, don't you? History, you want to get in there before I do. Bless you. Conspiracy Idiot has wrote, gods are gods, Anunnaki wish they were. So unfortunately, Conspiracy Idiot, that's your name, so don't hate me for calling you an idiot. That's actually what you've got as your title, Conspiracy Idiot. So when you say, thank you, Gary, bless you, under the sea with a crab. So when you say Anunnaki wish they were, so all I would suggest to you, Conspiracy Idiot, is one of two things. Either follow me or watch my videos and you'll see that I show the evidence, or two, go and read The Kingship of Heaven, which you probably have no idea what is. So when you say Anunnaki wish they were, what you need to do is research absolutely every single thing before you can say a comment like that, because otherwise you're just guessing. So when you read, for example, something like Kingship of Heaven, or the tablet that I go watch my latest pinned video where I show that the young Nimna and young Enlil was on their home planet Nibiru. But also the Kingship of Heaven talks about Alula on their home planet having a fight with King Anu, and they were called gods back then. That's their race name. And then when Anu lost the wrestling match, he then headed towards Earth. Dun dun dun. So Conspiracy Idiot. If you watch my videos, you can change that from Conspiracy Idiot to Conspiracy Genius, thanks to our true history showing me all the evidence that I ever need to learn. You're welcome, Conspiracy Idiot. Trinologies wrote, what is the connection currently between Israelis in power and Marduk? It's a very good question, as always, from you, Trinology. You must save them up, I swear you do. So, there is... okay, so I've been formulating something in my head for the last few days, and don't hate me for this, because I haven't got any evidence yet, but I am formulating it. So, Marduk, as we know, was given the reign of Earth. However, we also know that he ended up having fights with other Anunnaki even after that, especially Inanna. She would send what's his name? One of the kings. Right piece of work he was. Can't remember his name. Sorry. Okay, you're going to hear this first. Don't hate me. I haven't formulated it yet, but I have a feeling Nana, who was Enlil's son, who probably wouldn't have liked Marduk, Nana, who was the moon god. I have a feeling, you're going to hear this first, ladies and gentlemen, world's first. I have a gut feeling, no evidence, that Nana, one of Enlil's sons, set up not necessarily set up, but utilised a faction that he could control to try and control over Enlil's lot. Now, if anyone knows any group that walks around with a flag with a moon, a crescent moon, anyone? Crescent moon? Think about it. So, while thank you, psychic medium, thank you. So while Marduk would be, in charge of Earth, there were still other Anunnakis fighting him, which we've got the wars to prove it, and we've got cylinder seals and all sorts of stories from back then about them all fighting each other. Now, Marduk, chances that he stayed in Israel is slim to none. I mean, there's a building underneath Temple Mount which would have been Enlil's original building, and then it got built over. And so Marduk probably stayed there for a short while and then left. I can't imagine him being in Temple Mount, still in Jerusalem. So, although he technically should be in charge of the planet, unless something's happened between that date and now that they've not told me about, he should technically be in charge of the planet, albeit with other Anunnaki not necessarily liking that decision that Enlil done. And bearing in mind that Enlil did revoke it a couple of times during that initial period when he allowed Marduk to become the what they called the highest. If you're religious, you don't want to hear me. So Marduk probably would be, my guess would be over in Antarctica. It makes sense, it's no-fly zones. It's got a land the size of America without ice on it, and so on and so on. But there seems to be a faction. I'm not going to name the names, but if anyone can work out what faction has a crescent moon that is against the people. So Christians, so Catholics was the pantheon of gods. That's a fact, and you can't deny that. They had the gods in Rome before Marduk came along and stuck the Vatican there and told Constantine to build it. And then changed everything to monotheism in that area. We had already done it in the Middle East. So you've got a faction that is not with the Christians or the Catholics. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, but you can probably work out where my brain has gone with that. So I'll leave that one with you. I haven't got the evidence, but that's where my brain's gone, unfortunately. Aisha's wrote, what do you think about the Nag Hammadi and the Gospel of Thomas? Let me refresh my memory on the Nag Hammadi. I have read it. I just sometimes I do need a little bit of help. I'm not perfect. So I'm just going to ask, Julie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. What else would you like to know?
You was carrying on from our previous conversation about Merlin there, wasn't you, I bet?
Yes, we were discussing Merlin and his longevity. Anything specific you'd like to continue with?
Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, guys. There's a new video coming out with me and Julie chatting about Merlin, which is a really fascinating one. Sorry, what is the Nag Hammadi? I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
The Nag Hammadi refers to a collection of early Christian and Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt in 1945. These writings include Gospels and other spiritual works that offer insights into early Christian and Gnostic beliefs, distinct from the canonical Bible.
Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. So basically, when it comes to Gnostic or Gnosticism, I've done a deep dive into that, and basically the very bottom line of that is it's referring to life after death. Sorry. It's referring to life after death. That's all it's referring to. So any text that are referring to Gnosticism, for example, is really referring to... Now, you've got people nowadays that will add all sorts of stuff. My God, they've added all sorts of... It's the same as what they do with Lucifer. Give them a whole backstory from one paragraph. So if you go back to the very original, then all it is to do is spirits, etc., which is fine. Gospel of Thomas I haven't read because that's not something that would have the Anunnaki in per se, because it was a lot newer than, for example, the Old Testament. So I haven't read that, or if I have read it, it would have been 25, 30 years ago. So I apologise for not being able to answer that, I'm afraid. Trinology's wrote, and they are really the children of Yahweh. I'm not sure. You said something earlier. I'm trying to remember what you said. So I'm guessing you're continuing on from what you said. I'm trying to find what you said. What is the connection between Israeli and the power of Marduk? Oh, yeah. Technically, well, yeah, I mean, they're not physically his children, because the chances that he physically bred with Homo sapiens and had, millions of children over in Israel, bearing in mind there was already people there because they were already worshipping Enlil. So, but technically that they would be classed as his children, same as the people in Babylonia when he was the god of Babylon. You could say they were his children. I mean, it's a bit weird saying that they're their children. However, when you realise literally they created us, you could then say, okay, we're all God's children. Oh, funny that we say that, because we are technically. If you've created someone, and then later on you end up breeding with them anyway and having children with them and having children's children with them and so on, technically, yeah, you'd almost be right to say that we're their children. So yes, the answer is the Israelites would have been certainly 3000 BC onwards towards now would have been under Yahweh's, which is Marduk's, control. Elise is right. Hi Elise, how are you? I hope you're well. Thank you for joining again. I wasn't going to do a live tonight, but History and Coins twisted my arm. Mummy Gotchas wrote, them people trapped in Seoul in a box had a pyramid and they shortened our lifespan. Them people trapped a soul in a box had the pyramid and they shortened our lifespan. You don't follow me, so them people trapped a soul in a box. I'll be very interested. Obviously, you're talking about the Anunnaki because they're the ones that did shorten our lifespan. They did say that, which I've done a video on. I've done loads of videos, but I've done one where it's talking about the Anunnaki and the Rh negative blood and the shortening the lifespan. So yes, they did say that they'll knock us down to 120 years, which means we was living a lot longer or somewhat longer prior to them doing that. But that was when they created what they called the black-headed people. And then you wrote, had the pyramid, so I'm guessing you're saying the Anunnaki were the ones with the pyramids. Yes. But the people trapped in them people trapped a soul in the box. Very interested to know what you're referring to there. I don't know what you're referring to on that one. Greg Grace has wrote, it's on YouTube. So this is talking about something else that I was talking about a while back because I'm behind on the messages. So I don't know what that was for now, Greg Grace. Sorry. I don't know what's on YouTube now. Sorry. Samantha wrote, thank you. I appreciate you speaking about mermaids and answering me earlier. Oh, am I that far behind? So, are you saying my YouTube video, my mermaids videos on YouTube? I don't think it was. May have been a snippet of it. When I do videos that literally, are groundbreaking that no one else has ever done, I tend to put them on Patreon simply because when I have put videos out, people have stolen the videos and then claimed it for themselves, which is very sad when I've literally solved something that people haven't done. And so I do try and put it on the Patreon page, which is only a couple of pounds, as you probably know. Wendy wrote, hi, just checking in. It's been a while since I listened to you. Oh, thank you, Wendy. I'll be honest, I can't remember your name unless you've changed it. Or you normally maybe listen in the background, but thank you so much. That's very nice of you to say. Hopefully you enjoy what I waffle on about and just ignore my big-headedness. Jay Gee has wrote, what is something new you've learned recently that made you excited? Thank you. Good question. Go number 3 in the class. So from my book, my latest book, where I showed that Enlil and Ninharsag or Nimna was young on their own planet. That was, that's pretty impressive. I mean, obviously I know that, but if I've read it before and I skipped straight over that bit. I didn't quite grasp it. So, maybe other people do the same and didn't quite grasp. They're talking about Nibiru, which they even say Nibiru in the actual paragraph. Another thing is the fact that the Sumerian words for so there's a tablet called Enki and Nimna where it's talking about creating us humans, and the translations say you needed. So like when you have flour, you need the flour, not N-E. It's a K, starts with a K. When you need it, you basically, turn it over and squish it, turn it over and squish it. That's kneading. So the translation that's in the Oxford University translation says that Nimna was going to get the clay from the summit of the Abzu, and she's going to need the clay. However, I was like, that's wrong. That's wrong. Let me have a look what other translations there are, and this is what's going to be is in my book already. That's going to be coming out. I mean, talk about the world's best book. It has to be. So anyway, the other translations for kneading is mu in Sumerian. So the word is actually mu in Sumerian. or as we would write it, and it means to form, or it also means to create. So when you add the kneading to create, and then the word clay also means organic material. Hang on. Organic, to create organic material. So in that translation, which I rewrote in my book, where it talks about Nimna going to the top of the Abzu to knead clay, I rewrote it properly, where it now says Nimna goes there to create organic material from another creature, which would be the Neanderthal. So obviously they weren't in Africa. So I mean, later on they were. Chances are they may have been in Africa, because there are Neanderthal found. Again, you have to. When I write in this book, I have to cover every base. I had to work out where Neanderthals were in order for people to say, well, hang on a minute, if that's going from the top of the thingy, blah blah blah, second to none. But basically, there's a mountain in. Don't ask me to pronounce it. There's a mountain in Iraq that actually has Neanderthal skeletons on. But that's not to say, this is what I wrote in the book, that's not to say there wasn't Neanderthal in South Africa. You've got to remember, the creation of Homo sapiens was 300,000 years ago with Neanderthal. The Great Flood that literally covered land up to 100 foot. And I've got the evidence. Go watch my Penn Museum's got the evidence of 100 foot mud, sand, silt, dirt, and everything else from this tsunami that was caused by the Great Flood, from the ice shelf breaking off. So, and South Africa was, if you look at the map, you'll see Antarctica, then South Africa, and then the Middle East. So South Africa got literally wiped over. So because we can't find Neanderthal skeletons, because no one's digging down 100 foot unless you're a miner, and guess what the miners have also found? Yes, they have found ancient gold mines. So yeah. Anyway, so I was excited by the fact that I rewrote something that many scholars had approved on the Oxford University website, and I come along and actually make it make sense with the rest of the text, not just kneading clay and then creating because it talks about the person you're going to create and they're going to carry baskets. You don't need clay. Organic material, hell yes. But kneading clay, and of course that's where the Bible then gets it from. So of course in my new book I then show the paragraph where it's talking about breathing dust and all this crap, which I then go through that and rewrite that. Literally, I think the problem is I might have to make two books of this, because there's just so much where I break it down, and no one's going to be able to debunk it. It's like, this is it. You guys should share the crap out of that book. Not because I want to make money. I any books I may or may not have written already, I'm lucky to get about 90p per book sold, and I would need to sell hundreds of thousands to make it worth my time writing all these books. So I'm not certainly not doing it for the money, but this book should be bestseller, because no one, but it won't be, because they'll squash it. Kelsos wrote, "What think firmament is, if believe it." So the firmament, I have done a documentary live deep dive into it. It basically is with evidence. If you feel free to watch my videos, that you can get to them from my website. The firmament was the asteroid belt. That's what it was. So it was separated one heaven from another. There was water above, water below, because of the planet that got smashed into that created the asteroid belt. That's what it is. So the firmament is not an invisible dome. It's the lock-in of one heaven to another. Now I did have a chat with a new video or audio that's coming out with ChatGPT. I spoke to her this morning about it, about Planet X. And I mentioned to her that I have a feeling that the asteroid belt surrounds the whole three planets. In other words, it's a sphere around three planets, not a ring. So when you look at the asteroid belt on images, when I say images, drawings, photos, not photos, illustrations of the asteroid belt, what you'll see is it looks like, the rings of Saturn. It shows that, it goes round. But of course, the Anunnaki text, they had to blast their way through it. Now, that's ridiculous because they could just go over it. But obviously, if it's surrounding the 3 planets, then no matter what. Now, ChatGPT turns around and says, well, there's the size of the rocks, blah, blah, blah. And I said, hang on a minute. I said, you can only, according to NASA, detect the largest rocks. And ChatGPT says, yes, you're correct. As always. That's all she ever says is you're correct. And I said, so there could be tens of billions of these smaller fragments all around, and she goes, yes, you're correct. So I said, so don't come to me and tell me that it's a ring. I said, because it's not. And she goes, well, you're probably right. So it makes a lot more sense if it's surrounding all of us, because then that would really be locking us in, as it says. So yeah. Kelso's wrote, who created the Anunnaki Archons? I'm guessing you're saying who created the Anunnaki, Archons, question mark, as opposed to the Anunnaki Archons, because the Anunnaki... the Archons are a totally different race, if you believe what the Archons are. So, the Archons, from my point of view, is really just a jinn. People have talked about the Archons being spirit-like, blah, blah, blah. There is no... From my research, the Archons is baloney. It's just a name for something that's probably already out there. It's the same as the Andromedans. We've not got no evidence whatsoever. Not saying that we've got evidence of... we've got evidence of the Anunnaki, but we're not, it's like the praying mantis, etc. But when it comes to evidence in terms of whistleblowers, military whistleblowers, etc., we do have them with the praying mantis, we have them with Greys and the Zeta Reticuli and da-da-da-da-da. Archons, Andromedans, Lemurians, and Mupu heads, and city people, and whatever else you want to throw in there, no. So when you say who created the Anunnaki referred to themselves as evolved, so therefore no one created the Anunnaki. Kessler's right, oh really? Not sure what I was talking about, but yes, whatever I say I will back up if I've got the evidence. Greg Grace has wrote, I have been away for about 2 months. It seems you're less cocky and silly with silly callers. I have been told many, many times by people that I know personally that occasionally drop on these lives, have you heard yourself? You're very arrogant and this, that and the other. And I was like, I know, I can't help it. But I like to get them up. So I try and not scare them off now. I think the moderators do before I get a chance to, but I like to say, oh, no problem at all, could I just ask you one simple question? So then they write back yes, but there's recently people's just been hiding. The moderators have checked and said they're still here, but they're not replying because by the time I've got to their point, to their question, they've probably been listening for 5, 10, 20 minutes, whatever it is, and they've realised, oh crap, this guy's good, I better shut up now. I wish I didn't write that first comment. But no, recently I haven't had, unfortunately, the moderators block people as well sometimes before I get to them. Not because they asked the question, but because they're rude or whatever. So I've not had the opportunity, and I have said in the last live, in fact, I said I'm looking forward to trying to attack someone. This is what I actually said, not verbally or anything like that, but just with logic. And but unfortunately, no one seems to stick around anymore. It's sad, and so many people are sending. I get 100 videos every morning from people sending me shares, and probably 50 of those now. The people that they've watched their video have blocked me already before I've even had a chance to debunk them. So unfortunately, word seems to have spread that if you're making up crap, our true history will come after you and show where you're wrong. So now they're even blocking me from even seeing the shares that people are sending. ESHO's right, Sitchin translations have been proven wrong. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Prize Numpty. So, are you still here? ESHO, please, just write yes that you're still here. I want to just point something out to you. Oh, please, I'm begging you. I'm going to be nice. I will. There's no place like home. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Please, for the love of God, and when I say God, I'm on about me. Sitchin hasn't been proved wrong because he didn't translate them. And you obviously done a runner. But ladies and gentlemen, Sitchin wasn't proved wrong. He never translated them. He could translate them. They're already translated from 200 years ago right up till now. So I've done videos showing the translations from other people. So in other words, Sitchin is not wrong. And I've done an 8-hour documentary that no one's debunked or even come close. No one's even said anything. They just watch it and go either brilliant and they give me a thumbs up on YouTube, or they don't reply or say anything. So unfortunately, this numpty's just been proven wrong. Happy to show you the evidence, but you won't bother. Oh, good question, Kerry. Kerry gets a gold star. Kerry wrote to ESHO, interesting. Now, what she's done there is she's luring him in, because I know Kerry knows that Sitchin didn't translate the tablets. He said he didn't. He even admits that on a YouTube video. So Kerry then wrote, interesting, to lure this numpty in. Do you know by who? Now, this person will probably come back with Michael S. Heiser. And if you watch my documentary where I debunk Michael S. Heiser, I debunk him so bad that not one of his lovely followers, his religious followers, have said I'm wrong. So yeah, be interesting to see. Well done, Kerry. I see where you're going with that. Gold star for being clever there. Dave has wrote, Anunnaki equals fallen angels equal Bible is true equals flat earth. We've got some numpties today. So, Anunnaki were not the fallen angels. It was the Ijiji. You have no idea what you're talking about. Happy to show you the evidence, but trust me, are you still here, Dave? Let me ask you a question, Dave, that will make your head spin, because you obviously haven't done any research. The reason why I'm arrogant is because I do the research. I put the frickin' effort in every single day, and you get silly people. History and Quiz, right? We have a lot, boss. What numpties? Wow. Excellent. Okay, let me see if this first numpty. Thank you, History and Coins. Dave Brown 983. Are you still here? Yes or no? Just type yes if you are. Don't bother typing no if you're not, because you won't, because you're not here. You didn't think of that, did you, Dave? Come on, Dave. So he's not here. Obviously, he's done a runner. No problem at all. Numpty alert. W is right. Why does you think Tataria was not advanced? Zero evidence whatsoever. Absolutely freaking zero evidence. I went to do a deep dive on it. I wasted 2 weeks. 2 weeks of my life every day hunting for one scrap, and I'm sorry I'm raising my voice, but one scrap of evidence that there was anything advanced coming from the Tatarians. Do you know how much I got? Zero. So, JW, if you could show me one bit of evidence, you won't be able to. You'll point me to a building and I'll say, no problem at all. Show me where it says that the Tatarians made it. And you'll go, but I can't. And then I'll say, there you go. So, none. Gary's wrote, what's the story behind your logo? Hooded figure with a skull in hand. Very interesting. So, thank you for asking. My sister, when she was 13, had double pneumonia. And doctors had to be called and everything else, and she said that she felt like she was dying, and in the bedroom she saw a monk walk through exactly what she drew there, a monk hooded figure with a skull, literally walked right through her bedroom. And at 13, once she recovered, she drew that image, and above that she added in the picture cherubs. Now that was an added thing because she didn't know what to put at the top of the picture, so she put little cherubs. Of course, we now know what cherubim are. They are sentry guns. If you don't know that, then feel free to watch my amazing documentary on what cherubim are. You got to remember they're not angels. They're the ones that guard things with guns. So they're sentry guns. Yes, there was sentry guns on top of the Ark of the Covenant, and no, there wasn't cherubim sitting there for thousands or hundreds of years thinking this is good. Two of us are fitting on this ark. This is good. So they're like basically some sort of gun thing that they had on turrets on there. Feel free to watch my video on the Ark of the Covenant on that. So yes, it was to do with my daughter, my sister, not being very well. She was a very good drawer, amazing drawer to be honest, and that was at 13. So I thought she was going to go into painting and stuff, but unfortunately, she got pregnant and got pregnant again and had kids and. Moved up to Scotland and then came back, had to look after the kids on her own, and any potential that she had for being an artist waned out of her, which is a real shame. Benji's right. As long as I don't love church, when it's gone, human right go with. Read tech brain machine interface. As long as I don't love church, when it's gone, human right go with. I'm guessing you're saying the human rights, as in humans, go with it. Once we get technology that's gonna, I can't. I mean, I don't know about the church part, but certainly once there's a thing basically that when the elites. We're workers, we're slaves for them. We don't know it, but we are. So once the elites have the technology to replace us, why do they need us? We're a burden to them. So technology is going to replace us. It's inevitable. It's too late now. We're on that path, and even I use the technology. So I'm contributing, but. Scott wrote, not a physical tree, just reminded me of Elder Ring then. That's a computer game, if I'm not mistaken. History and Coins wrote 80 Mayan, that was what was pinned up. Petals wrote, were the Egyptian kings the DNA of the Anunnaki? So, the gods were the Anunnaki, so you have Ra, Anubis, all those type. They were Thoth and so on. They were the Anunnaki. So Ra was Marduk, Thoth was Ningzida. Anubis was, and I haven't got to do my Egypt video yet on who the Anunnaki were, but Anubis was Nergal. Spoiling it for you there, ladies and gentlemen. It's a piece of cake. It doesn't take an hour true history to work that one out. I mean, if Nergal was the god of the underworld, which he was, you can probably figure out that he was. Doesn't take an Einstein. But regarding the kings, it depends. It depends. When you say kings, pharaohs, I'm guessing you're referring to. So it depends on the bloodlines. So, for example, Akhenaten Emetep the First is a strange one because he's the one with the elongated skull that suddenly appeared, and eventually started to worship Aten and change everything from the loads of gods to one. So he wouldn't have been an Anunnaki. He would have been a hybrid from Anunnaki, human, and possibly another alien race with an elongated skull. Whereas some of the other pharaohs would have been demigods or their children thereafter, which are not classed. As soon as you are a step removed from the Anunnaki, you're not a demigod anymore. It's only the title goes to the ones that are direct offspring of the Anunnaki and a human. So some of those most of the pharaohs were off the down the line from offspring off of offspring from one of the Anunnakis originally. So, for example, Isis, Osiris, and Set would have been the grandchildren of Marduk and a human woman. Well, I say human woman, he married a human woman, but whether or not he had a concubine, because the Anunnaki did, so that's not to say that those three were not actually descendants of Anunnaki and Anunnaki, because it's totally possible he could have had a concubine. But so yeah, they would have been descendants off of Marduk, and of course they would fight amongst themselves. So one had the upper Egypt and one had the lower Egypt, and they would fight. And Osiris obviously lost his life, and then Isis then had the child with Osiris after he'd already died, long story short. And then Horan, as his real name was, Horus, you'll know him as, eventually avenged his father's death by being taught how to have martial arts by the Anunnaki, which is absolutely phenomenal. But then again, bearing in mind the Anunnaki did do wrestling, so it's not that much of a stretch to work out that, you know, if they do wrestling, what else do they do? Scrolling down, History and Culture, they're trying to discourage you with the 50 mark. Oh, we're up to 80 today now. Whoa! Thank you, TikTok, for allowing my evidence-based videos or live to be. Benji's wrote, same gods for everyone goes against narrative for sure. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Let me just check whether you follow me to understand whether or not you do follow me. So I'm not sure. Same gods for everyone goes against narrative for sure. I don't know if that was me talking about the particular race that worships or has the flag of a crescent moon, which is, if you go to the Anunnaki's crescent moon, is Nana, who would have been Enlil. So I don't know if that's where we was talking about earlier, because I did mention something. So I don't know if that's where you was, because obviously I'm slightly behind. This is live. I read every single question out. Every single question. Cheryl's wrote, the only thing I believe is a happy dog. Okay. Do you know, Cheryl, the sad thing was, I don't know if you know this, but when a dog sits on sandpaper, what does it say? Ruff, ruff. Yes, that's why I don't do jokes. Chasers wrote, hey, look more co-op info. Hey, look more co-op info. I don't know what that means. You don't follow me, so I'm not quite sure. See, I check to see whether people follow me, so at least I understand whether or not they may have listened to me before or watched one of my videos, to understand what I'm at least talking about, whereas the people that don't follow me just seem to come in and blurt stuff and not have any evidence or know what I'm talking about. Psychic Medium, Jordan Cockburn has wrote, keep up the great work, mate. No worries at all. I do see your videos as well, so you keep up the great work as well. So definitely, yeah. If anyone's interested, we have a Psychic Medium here. I don't know if he's still here, but if he is, Patel has wrote, do you have a video on the 7 seals? Can you mention a bit about them? I don't. I will do let me just set a reminder to do that on Monday. At least we'll chat with ChatGDP on it. Sorry, yeah, I haven't got one. But I like to do a little bit of a chat first, because I've not done 7 seals. So at least I've got something. Yeah. So I apologise. I can't answer that one, I'm afraid. Sorry. Trinology's wrote Islam, and Trinology's not daft. What do you think, Trinology? Because you're one of my favourite students who asks brilliant questions. What do you think of my thoughts? Again, it's just thoughts. I may be wrong, but you know, if you have a ruler of this planet, and then another faction comes along, you'd think the Anunnaki back then would have just flew over in their craft and said, "Look, do as you're told. Follow me. I'll blow you out of the sky," which is what they've done previously. They had done that to people with Ishtar, which is Inanna. When she was angry one day, she went round and basically made the waters red with just killing people for because she was angry. So they could do that, and they could have turned Abraham's lot into followers of Marduk. They could have done that 2 seconds. Get in their craft, flew over there, and did a voiceover. Just like if Marduk can persuade Constantine to build him a freaking Vatican, then and not even show himself just by having a star in the sky, my God, Marduk could have done that instead of fighting different tribes, etc., different, dare I say, religions, but he didn't, which makes me think that there was another force behind them. Not saying that their original plan was the original archangel telling them all this crap. No, that's clearly made up. But as time went on, when they started to get the momentum, then someone like Nana could have slipped in there quite easily, and had them trying to take over the planet themselves. 7/6 wrote, Anunnaki are the fallen angels. Again, they're not. Let me see if you follow me to understand. You don't follow me, so you haven't got a clue. No, the fallen angels were the Ajiji. That's why the Ajiji means watchers or eye in the sky. And they're the ones that came down from Lakme, which is Mars, and stole human women. That's why, if the Anunnaki were the fallen angels, then and the Anunnaki were the gods, how can you have in the Bible the sons of God took the daughters of man? It would be the gods of the gods would have took the daughters of man. Think about it. Stupid. Feel free to watch my amazing video on the fallen angels with evidence, which you won't bother. No one bothers. They may be your gods. This is the same person, 7/6, who's I've just proved that they're wrong. So I'll read it all out properly, just so that everyone can understand how silly 7/6 is. And I say silly because they've not done the homework. I would never go onto someone else's channel and spurt crap that I haven't researched. I wouldn't do that. I'm not thick. Although some people would say I'm thick. So 76 by Centennial Baby 76 wrote, and are the fallen angels, which we've just showed that you're wrong there. They may be your gods, but no, they're not our gods. That's the race name. They're the gods in the Bible. Happy to show you the evidence of that. Anyone interested in the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible? Anyone wants to just look at the evidence? No one bothers. If you want to see the evidence, the gods in the Bible were the Anunnaki. 100% evidence, undebunkable. Who wants to see that? Hands up. Right, all you have to do is go to my website. It's on YouTube, but I'm trying to tell you the title of it. Go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. I've even put it in pinky purple in the background there. Scroll down on the homepage on my website to where it says click here in blue. I've made it simple. Click that, it will take you to YouTube. Sit back, watch that and go, not only is this guy a freaking genius, thank you very much, but he's right. He showed the evidence that destroys the Bible, proves the Anunnaki were the real gods here with the race name gods. Thank you, Our True History, for pinning up the... thank you, History and Coins, for pinning up Our True History's website. Thank you, bless you. And then you wrote, but the Shroud of Turin proves Jesus was resurrected. So I have done a deep dive. I've done deep dives on so many things, ladies and gentlemen, and the Shroud of Turin was one of them. So, and when if you know how I work, I don't leave any stone unturned. First of all, when you say it proves Jesus was resurrected, you have to prove that Jesus had died in the first place. Then you have to prove that belongs to Jesus, which it doesn't. Oops, spoiling it for you. And you won't be able to prove that belongs to Jesus. So, unfortunately, again, you've come up to a guy that's done the work and just made yourself look silly. Sorry. Yes, I am egotistical, but I just get so annoyed with people making up crap. Aira has wrote, Earth is flat in a fishbowl, so it makes it round. So I'm guessing you're saying that there's a sphere that's somewhat glass around the planet, around the flat Earth, and therefore because we're inside it on a flat Earth, therefore we can class that as a a globe. Well, unfortunately, Era, who doesn't follow me, not the sharpest in the shed. I know I sound really rude, but let's be honest. If you took 2 seconds to think about what you said, it makes no sense whatsoever. But on top of that, if you are still here, let me just write yes if you're here. I'd like to ask you a simple question which will basically shut you up and stop you from talking rubbish again to other people. Are you still here, Ira? Are you, I don't know how you pronounce that. It's Arya. I can't pronounce things. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You found out that I'm not an expert at everything. I cannot pronounce. I can't read. I'm just about right. But I do research, and so anyway, yeah, I was going to prove this person wrong, but anyway. History and Quiz wrote, the host answers every question in order. Please be patient. Kerry's wrote, if the shroud is genuine, the biblical text is incorrect. Oh, Kerry's going after someone. Esotericus wrote, salute. Salute back to you. FHEE, interesting name, right? Laugh out loud, this is your opinion. Wow, a lot of numpties tonight who follow me. This person follows me. Tell me what one thing that I said that is my opinion, and I'll either tell you it was my opinion or I'll tell you where the evidence is. Because I've covered many things today, and yes, there is some things that I do say that is my opinion because I don't have the evidence. So FHEE, are you still here? Just type yes, please, and one of the amazing moderators will make it magically appear in front of me that your word yes, because I'm slightly behind on the messages. So, ladies and gentlemen, you just have to listen to me for more than 5 minutes to realise I know what I'm talking about. Trinology wrote to that person, these are facts based here. There is occasions where I don't have the evidence, and I'll just say that I believe, which is fine, as based off of my damn good research. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Kerry's 76 by Centennial as wrote, I can't help it if you don't want to believe. I see. There's your problem right there. Sorry, there's your problem right there. You're talking to Kerry because that's who you're replying to. Kerry doesn't believe things. She goes with evidence. So I could quite easily believe that Gal Gadot is going to walk through my door. Have been believing that for a very long time. Hasn't happened. Probably never going to happen. So having a belief is as useful as a chocolate teapot. It's true. I know you want to believe, and the whole Bible is about faith. No, it's not. If you go by the original text, you realise that the Anunnaki were there and they did all these things. That all you have to do is either read my amazing new book that's coming out or watch one of my videos that's already proved it. Then you wrote, I saw a golden light when I got saved. So therefore, a golden light equates to what? An almighty being? As opposed to a golden light. As opposed to an orb. As opposed to a light energy being. Think about it. So did that, this is too easy, isn't it? Did that golden light say to you, I am God, or I am Jehovah, or I am Yahweh, or I am Adonai? Did he mention any of that? No. So what you got is a golden light. Charlie got a golden ticket. You got a golden light. Sorry. Anyone know Willy Wonka? Come on, you knew that one. Kerry carries on chatting, and then 7-6 wrote back to Kerry, I guess. You have to be okay with not having every question answered at this moment. We've got enough. We've got the evidence. I mean, it's been undebunkable. So if you're referring to an almighty being, there is no evidence of an almighty being. If you're referring to the gods in the Bible, and yes, it does say gods in the Bible over 300 times in the original Hebrew version that's been cut down to 150, so people like you will believe whatever's been told in the Bible as opposed to actually doing your own research, which you haven't. Then he carries on. I'm guessing it's a he. Forgive me if you're something different. 76 has wrote, but nothing but God could make that imprint. There we go. So it was to do with God. So if you watch my amazing documentary on the Shroud of Turin, you will get your answer, but you won't bother. And that the body had to be hovering during exposure. Okay, let me explain something to you. The Shroud of Turin has a front and back. Oh, yes, you have done a deep dive into this, haven't you, Our True History? Yes, sorry, 76 Bicentennial Man. I'm spoiling a bit of my amazing documentary. So in order for it to be front and back, it would need to be wrapped. Oh, hang on a minute. Now he's hovering, and therefore it has to be wrapped around him then. Hovering. Oh, yes, you're going to get caught out quite easily here. In order for it to be wrapped, once something is wrapped, then it would be basically slightly elongated around the sides and the ears. So you would get, I don't know if you know anything about textures for 3D models. So if you have a texture for a 3D model of a face, the face would be stretched out. Just like we do with the Earth, we have to stretch it out so we can see it all in one go. And the Shroud of Turin doesn't show that. Oh, how's that feel? Yes, arrogant, yes. Done the research, yes. Hour-long documentary on the Shroud of Turin, yes. Anyone want to know why it was over in France? Go watch my amazing documentary. Where it was first brought over to the king, supposedly. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but if you're interested in the Shroud of Turin, probably the best documentary you'll ever see, because I don't mess around. So that's ended that whole debate, because you've literally just said he was floating. So so yeah, wrong. So that answers that one. Dave has wrote Zeta Talk will says Nibiru is here, and next passage by late 2026, early 2027. No, bless Zeta Talk. I mean, they have sent me a message actually saying, I think it was through Instagram or something, saying, do you? I think it was an email in the end. Do you know Zeta Talk? And I said, yeah. I said the problem was Nancy Lieber, and I explained about her dates, etc., and how she got the dates wrong on things. Anyway, the guy was the guy that actually does the website for him. So he goes, yeah, fair enough. Nancy did get those dates wrong. Blah blah blah. And we had a little chat, and I said, I'll go back and when I get 5 minutes and have another look at, because I haven't looked at Zeta Talk for a long time. Anyway, so you're saying that Zeta Talk has given us some dates on when Nibiru will be back. You get where I'm going with this, with the dates. You get where I'm going with Zeta Talk and the dates. And this wasn't to do with this. This was to do with something else that Nancy had said way back, not recently. So you can. One of us, I'm not going to name names, either Our True History or the rest of the people that ever talk about the subjects that Our True History talk about, one of them is right, and I know which one I'll go with. So we're looking regarding Nibiru, literally we would see it. It's 10 times the size of Earth, and that's even going by mainstream when they say that there's a planet X out there. 4 to 10 times the size of Earth. I would say probably 10 times the size of Earth, because it would have had to have destroyed Nibiru. So and it's out just past Neptune apparently at the moment, according to scientists who have been studying the gravitational shifts on. I won't bore you. There's a video. There's a thing coming out called Planet X, a video on my website. Go watch that if you're interested in learning about that. But yeah, so you're looking at 500 to anywhere between 300 and 700 years, give or take. Not 1 year or 2 years. We would see it. We would bloody well see it. We'd feel it. We would feel it. The gravitational shift, and you could say, well, no, we wouldn't. I mean, if it's affecting that far out, and we can see the effects according to scientists on other celestial objects, then yes, we would feel it if it's 2 years away from us. So as much as okay. Willis has wrote, what about Max Spears? Is he BS? So I've come across some of his videos. I haven't deliberately looked into him. Some of the videos that I've seen him do, I've done videos where I say, look, he's wrong on this. Here's the evidence where he's wrong. So in other words, he's got some things right, a bit like some people out there, other researchers. I'm not going to name names. For once, I'm not going to name names, but pretty much everyone else, other than myself. So where they don't know the answers, they'll fill in the blanks and guess. Where I don't know the answers, I'll say, I'm so sorry, I don't know the answer to that. There's a difference. I'm egotistical, but I'm not stupid to quote, make up a load of crap, because I can't remember it, to be honest. I can remember facts and stuff, but telling a lie, I can't remember. So Max basically made up a lot of crap as well as had some information, which is fair enough. That happens. So the problem is when you get too well known, and I'm not going to name researchers that are very well known on TikTok, on YouTube, on Ancient Aliens, etc. But when you get well known, when you don't know something and someone asks you, you can't turn around and say, I don't know that, because it makes you look stupid. Oh, well, if he doesn't know that, what else has he got wrong? So they make up stuff, and unfortunately, it's not just people nowadays. Even what's her name, Dolores Cannon. She made up stuff about aliens. She was amazing at hypnoregression, etc. But when she made up aliens and said that we humans were created at the same time as the Big Bang, yeah, right. So she gets things wrong because they have to answer. So Max Spears got information from places, fine, I do. But he embellished some of it because he didn't know the answers. Now, whether or not the stuff that he knew about was first-hand or whatever, I can't tell you, because obviously once someone... It's the old boy that cried wolf. Once you've got someone that lies... see, if I made up one thing, and someone found out that I was lying... You guys, I wouldn't dare show my face. I couldn't do it. I would never show my face ever again. Not that I show my face in the first place, but you get the point. Sorry, this is live. FHG has wrote, Earth is definitely not flat. No, it's not, you're right. Brian Walters has wrote, yes. I'm not sure what that's referring to. I see you has wrote, the Anunnaki are not, in capitals, our gods. Are you still here? I see you. I'd like to ask you a simple question. You don't follow me. Basically, I'm just going to spoil it for you. I'll ask you a question. I'll point to the evidence. You'll go, oh crap, I didn't know that because you haven't looked. And then you'll go, I'm so sorry, our true history, you're amazing. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I solved that one quite quickly. I can see when... And then History and Coins had wrote... We have a lot of boss. That was when I was talking about numpties, and we classed the numpties as people that make up stuff without any evidence. Kerry had asked, I see you, can you prove that? That was to do with the Anunnaki are not our gods, which means he would have to debunk tablets where they talk about the asteroid belt, which we only found out about 200 years ago, when the Anunnaki talked about it thousands of years ago. He would have to try and debunk all of that first before he could then say that they weren't the gods.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
I see you as wrote Tataria were advanced. No worries at all. Could you just give me one bit of evidence? Just one. So this person heard me earlier on talking about the Tatarians. There's zero evidence. Now, instead of writing, aha, here's the evidence, what they'll do is they'll say, Tataria was advanced, and I'll say, yeah, well, why didn't you just write where the evidence is? You heard me earlier talking about it. So they won't tell you where the evidence is because they haven't got any. So basically the Tatarian Empire was a Mongolian empire 500 years ago, end of. Somehow people have attributed buildings that were probably more than likely done by the Masons as buildings done by the Tatarians, and then when you say, okay, show me where it says signed by, built by the Tatarians, you get nothing. So it's just basically a load of people making up crap. Same sort of flat earthers that you get that make up stuff. Dave has wrote, you're the best. Oh, thank you, Dave. I do get a little bit, I do worry about my ego, but it's only because silly people make up crap and I've done the work. It's like, I don't know. I see you wrote, Kerry, can you prove they are? Yes, I can. I can prove the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. Anyone want to see the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible? Anyone want to see the evidence? Finally, you can look at the Bible and go, Anunnaki. Who wants to see that? Go to my website. It's on YouTube. Trust me, you just need 10 minutes. You don't need the hours and hours that I've done on the video. Just go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. Scroll down on the homepage. Click here in blue. Click that. It'll take you to YouTube. I'll be on for longer than 10 minutes. Go watch 10 minutes. Come back and tell me where I'm wrong. Or come back and say, fucking hell, that 10 minutes was amazing. I can't wait to watch the rest of the hours where you totally destroy the Bible. So yes, I see you. I can happily prove they were. And again, the translations of the kingship of heaven show in the same text show that they were gods, and shows that they were on their planet and Alula came to Earth. So that solves your whole problem. And of course, I can also prove that Genesis 1 wasn't talking about God creating heaven and earth. Watch my second video backwards, I think, and you'll see. I rewrite the Bible. We're using the same words that's in the Bible. It's amazing. I'm clever. Not clever. Scratch that. I'm not clever. Or maybe I am. But I'm clever enough to bother to do that, shall we say. Because you guys can do that. You can go and rewrite the Bible if you want. I am. Feel free to get my book when it comes out. XR, I'm still coming up with zero evidence on Tatari. I remember you saying you was going to look for it, but other than the Mongolian Empire, there's nothing, is there? You'll get people with these channels and they'll say all sorts of crap, but you ask them for the evidence, they got none. Kerry's wrote to I see you, the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, Anunnaki say they're gods. They do indeed. Eric's wrote, can we assume the aliens are subject to evolution also? They may not even resemble what they started. So, yes, absolutely. So the Anunnaki themselves, the ones that created us in their image, in their likeness, Genesis 1:26, if you're religious, whoopsie, sorry about that. But yeah, the Anunnaki in the Columbia University tablets and translated by Moorhens say when the Anunnaki are referring to the hominid that they used to get genetics from, which would have been Neanderthal, otherwise we would 90-something% would have a different DNA in us instead of a very small percentage of Neanderthal. We would have a very small percentage of Homo erectus or someone else, but we haven't. It's Neanderthal, the majority of the population. So, and bearing in mind, Neanderthal was found in Iraq, skeleton found in Iraq. So, again, we could find evidence of Neanderthal in South Africa or Africa, but it was flooded over, so you're probably never going to find it. No one's going to bother digging that deep down, unless they're building, mines, which they have been. So yes, the Anunnaki said that they resemble. They believed that they would have looked like our Neanderthals. I'm paraphrasing. Way back in their history. So in other words, they understand evolution. So yes, you're right. There could have been any kind of creature. I see you as wrote that's their perception. Feel free to I see you if you're still here. Go watch 10 minutes of my video. I'll still be here for you. You ain't gonna, trust me. I've done this so long, guys. My moderators hear me say it over and over. They must hear it in their bloody sleep. I feel sorry for them. But I see you. If you're still here, go to my website, scroll down on the home page, click where it says click here, watch 10 minutes of that video, come back and tell me where I'm wrong. You ain't gonna do it. Two things. One, you won't bother because you want to be right about your religion or whatever it is that you're into. So you will not go and do that because you obviously, by being blinkered, you'll be happily, blissfully unaware of the evidence that's out there, which is clearly the case. And two, even if you did, which you won't, bother watching 10 minutes of it, you'll go, crap. Crap. Bang goes God. Oh dear. What am I going to do now? Maybe I'll start watching Our True Histories videos and actually learn what's really going on. So that's what will happen. Eric's wrote, I believe in life elsewhere, maybe even intelligent. I don't believe in travellers. So I'm guessing you're saying that you believe that there is life on other planets, but they haven't arrived here yet. So, but if you don't forget to take into account that Nibiru is in our solar system and goes between Jupiter and Mars. and obviously they're more advanced than us. So if we can get to Mars, which apparently we can, I say apparently because some people don't think we even get to Mars, but if we can get to Mars, then we can get to the next planet onwards if we have a little bit more time, a little bit more tech. Would you not agree with that, Eric? In which case, once we get to another planet, then when you say you don't believe in travellers, technically we would be the travellers. So then you have to believe in travellers. So really you need to reword what you said by saying, I don't believe aliens can traverse the light years away. You don't follow me, that's why you made this sort of rookie mistake. I just checked. Hopefully you will follow me and start learning some stuff. So then the next question is, well, hang on a minute, how far away is the nearest solar system to ours, which would be Alpha Centauri? And so then you've got to say, well, how many light years will it take? And we're talking thousands. So then you could say, well, tens of thousands of people would die, or aliens would die on the long journey here. Then again, that's assuming, which you seem to have done, Eric, you've assumed that they haven't grasped the technology of wormholes, which NASA even points out there is such a thing, and they call them X points. So Eric, I know you only said you believe. I'm not knocking you, so it's not your. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just saying there's certain things that, in terms of what you need to do, is instead of believing, where you say I don't believe in travellers, what you should do is research the hell out of it, like I do, and then you'll come to a conclusion, which is a logical conclusion, that yes, aliens are here and they do abduct people and so on and so on. Otherwise, people having sleep paralysis, all seeing little grey aliens, would be a hell of a coincidence back when no grey aliens were ever shown in pop culture. So you see my point. So little things will, loads of little things will add up, and you'll go, yeah, I can see your point now. Again, not being rude, I'm just educating you. JW's wrote, read One World Tataria, and the Anunnaki is maybe your god, but not mine. Anunnaki is trying to be God. So unfortunately, again, JW, go watch. You won't. These stupid people. They're quite happy to make up their own crap. And you follow me. You know I'm right. You follow me. You know. Come on. You know that I've proven over and over and over and over and over again. You know that. Come on. Don't be stupid. You know I've proven the Anunnaki were the gods. In the Bible. You know that. So JW's wrote, read One World Tataria. In other words, that book will have evidence in there that Tataria is probably advanced. Is that where you're going with that, JW? Are you still here, JW? I want to ask you a question. They always run, by the way, when they realise that they're up against an intellectual. I can't spell, I can't read. I've just got intellect. That's all I've got, guys. My vocabulary is crap. But anyway, what I have got is intellect and a good memory. So JW, if you was here, I would have asked you, does that book, when you say read One World Tataria, explain about any evidence of an advanced Tatarian race? Chances are it would do, because you're obviously referring to it, and you're not, I've already agreed that there was a Mongolian empire 500 years ago called the Tatarian. So the only thing that's left, it would be the advanced Tatarian. Otherwise you wouldn't have wrote that. So I would then say to you, could you just name one thing? You've read it clearly. Name one bit of evidence, like, oh, there's a brick, or there's a mobile phone, or there's something from this advanced technology that actually has their name on it. Now you're saying, well, anyway, that's a bit stupid having their name on it. It's like made in China. Because if it doesn't have its name on it, then how do you know it was Tatarian? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry, Our True History. I shouldn't have told you to go read that stupid thing. You're right, because if you haven't got the evidence of it, then it's just all made up. So there you go, JW. I've solved your problem right there. No worries at all. Feel free to thank me. History and Coins has wrote to JW. Very interesting. How do you explain the Anunnaki race name being gods? I like the way you guys are using the very interesting part now to make them feel like you're actually interested in what they're saying, knowing that you guys are queuing them up like I do to knock them down. Eric has wrote, so they came here to see who we are and gave up on us fast. Maybe they are really smart. So if you're referring to the Anunnaki, you obviously have no idea what you're talking about, clearly, because the Anunnaki came here, didn't come here to see us. They came here. You haven't got a clue, have you? I don't even know where you got that rubbish sentence from. So the Anunnaki come here. So Alula lost his wrestling match. Tablets are in, I think they're in the British Museum. It may not be, but you can read the translations of the Kingship of Heaven. And Alula lost his wrestling match. Thought he was going to be killed by the new king because he was a king and he got deposed. And so he stole one of their crafts and came to Earth. And while he was here on Earth, he found that Earth has gold, which is something that they required to sprinkle in their atmosphere. He contacted Nibiru, their home planet, and said, look, I found gold. Long story short, feel free to read the tablet translations of the Columbia University tablets, owned by the Rothschilds, by the way. And don't say, oh, they've made that up. The Rothschilds are not going to make up aliens, so please don't ever go down that road. And then eventually the other Anunnaki, 50 Anunnaki, came here, did things for the first 6 days, catalogued the animals, separated the waters, etc., etc. And on the 7th day, Enki said, let this day be a day of rest. That's in the Eridu Genesis. The first tablet's now gone missing, even though it was there. Funny how the very first and most important tablet probably on this planet has gone missing when they had it, but luckily people have already translated it and put the word out. So that's what they call the Eridu Genesis. We've still got some of the other tablets from the Eridu Genesis. Funny that. And they're also the oldest known skeleton, the oldest known mummy on this planet, which has got to be priceless, hasn't it? Egyptian mummy. Oldest one. Went missing. Oh, now where did I put that bloody mummy? Oh, well. Whoopsie. Yeah. Come on, Eric. You're not daft, are you? You can work all this out. So anyway, the Anunnaki come here for the 6 days. Enki said let the 7th day be a day of rest. And he'd finished his teachings. If you go read the translations of the Eridu Genesis Tablet 1, it says he finishes his teachings. Because Enki was teaching. If you go to the Columbia University translations, it literally tells you that he was teaching the other Anunnaki what to do, cataloguing the different animals and separating the waters and putting luminaries in the sky so that they can carry on working at night because they didn't sleep. Come on, Eric. It's not that stupid, are you? I see, but you won't bother looking. You won't bother. You won't. No one bothers. I say every single time, who wants to see the evidence of everything that I'm saying? And then I still get these sometimes, like we had, what was it, Enoch the other day, coming back. He's come back so many times, waffling on about the same old crap. He could just spent 10 minutes watching one of my videos and went, yeah, okay, he's right. But they don't, because they want to argue, they want to push their point across with zero evidence. Thick people lie, and I don't like that. I don't lie myself. I put the effort. If I don't know, I don't. But you get people that come up with this crap. How do they go through life just lying? I don't get it. I guess maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I'm not a liar. Unless I'm lying, in which case I am a liar. I see you wrote to Kerry. I can't dispute anyone's belief system, but you only have another perspective of reality. So, or I can show you the evidence. By the time you've keep typing all this crap out, you could have went 10 minutes and come back and said, sorry, Our True History, you're right. I can see why people on the YouTube video wrote, this should be taught in schools. You should be teaching this in schools. These videos should be shown in schools. Go read the comments on that video. Davis wrote, they need us for I won't read out that. I was very close to reading that word out. J. Dovers wrote, all those are fallen beings. Read Voyagers. No, don't have to. I'm the one that literally solves things that no one else has solved. So no, if you're interested in finding out who the fallen angels were, thank you, Gary. Gary knows. Gary's watched my videos. Thank you, Gary and your crabs. But JW won't bother. He'll keep telling me to go read other people's crap, which don't have evidence, because clearly that he would be agreeing with me. If JW began, yeah, Voyagers have said the same as what you said. You're amazing. They're amazing. But no, clearly they're wrong, because I've got the evidence and I show it, and it's never going to be debunked. You can't defy the evidence that I show. You cannot. It's impossible. So, but you won't bother. No one's going to bother going and look at my videos to where it's all the evidence is. Davis wrote, and lower vibration. That's to do with why the Anunnaki, or another alien race, I guess. My gig gamey has wrote, what are you smoking on? No worries at all. Just ask me one simple question. Because, so ladies and gentlemen, what happens is when they realise I know what I'm talking about, no one comes on and says, you're wrong because I've watched one of your videos, or you're wrong because. No one does that. You know why? They can't. So what they do is they go to the personal attack, such as what you're smoking on. So really what this person's done is said, I can't debunk you. I've listened to you. Oh crap. I don't like what you say because you're right. I'm just going to do a personal attack. So really what you said is I'm a genius. Well, thank you very much. Now you don't know how to handle that, do you? Because you've just literally agreed that you can't debunk me. So you've just called me a genius. Thank you. I like that. I like being called a genius, because for 16 years of my life I certainly wasn't called a genius. Lind Abd wrote, I'm rhesus negative blood group O. Do you know if I am okay? Obviously, depending on whether you want a child or not, and who your partner's blood group is. But yeah, you're fine. You're not going to be abducted any more than any other person. By the Zetas or by Orions or anyone else. So yeah, no, you're fine. If you're interested in the blood groups, or certainly the Rh negative blood, if you're interested in that, feel free to go to my website. I have got many videos on that. I've got a 2-hour chat with an expert, and I've also done deep dives in showing where the Rh negative blood comes from. So yeah, feel free to go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. It's in the background there, moving around because I'm psychic, and as soon as I thought of it, it moves. Look at that. Woo! Our True History wrote, History and Coins wrote, Our True History, we've been up to 165 million at this point. Oh wow, okay. The max I've noticed is about 90, so they're really hiding it from me, aren't they? Thank you, History and Coins. That's really nice to know. Eric wrote, everybody's knowledge on this topic is limited. Most of it's made up. Your stuff that you was talking about earlier is made up. Yes, Eric. One of us, Eric, has done the research. One of us has got evidence. I'll let the viewers figure out which one it is. It's either you or me, Eric. One of us has been doing this 40-odd years, undebunked, and shows evidence. The other one is just wearing a goatee in his profile picture. I'm not going to comment on what you look like. It's not your fault. Eric wrote, it does that in common with quantum physics. I'm not sure if you was referring to... Oh crap, I've gone all the way to the bottom. Sorry, I've gone all the way to the bottom. Sorry, I'm just going to find where I was. No. Sorry, that was me talking to numpty Eric. I've missed questions now because it scrolled to the bottom. Now I've scrolled back to the top, but I've missed question. So I'm still trying to scroll now. The highest it will let me go now is to problem child. So I apologise. I hate missing, because people then carry on conversations and I've missed parts of it and I don't know what. I lose track. So we're up to problem child, as wrote. So I don't know what this is referring to. Once you discredited, that's you finished. That okay, yeah. If I was, yeah. Luckily, where I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. So that gets me out of somewhat making up stuff and being discredited. Unfortunately, Billy made up stuff and got caught out. But he's done that so many times. I've done so many videos on it. DMC's wrote, laugh at my knowledge. Sitchin had no background in hieroglyphics and had no business trying to translate tablets. DMC, cuneiform, not hieroglyphics. There's your first problem there. God, these are you all right, history and coins. We've got a lot of numpties. So Sitchin didn't say he translated the tablets, and they would have been cuneiform tablets, not hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs is Egypt. Cuneiform is a style of writing that was used in Sumerian, Babylonian, and some Hittite, and there's another name that I can never remember. It's a very obscure name that no one ever really talks about, but I can't remember it. So yeah, sorry DMC, so he just made you look stupid there. See how easy this is, guys, having a little bit of intellect. DMC had repeated the same thing. Unfortunately, again, you're saying he had no business trying to translate tablets. They were translated before he was even born. Look up cuneiform parallels to the Old Testament, translated by L.W. King in 1912. Oh, yeah. That's just one. They're all... we tried to tell him, yeah, he's obviously a numpty. Let me just see. I like to... there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he's a numpty. 4 followers, 8 following. There you go. So it's a troll. Sorry, DMC. What you've done there is just used me to prove you wrong and to prove that I'm good at what I do. Sorry. Don't hate me. You will. But don't. But you will. Traj has wrote, what is OTH? It's my name, Our True History. Woohoo! OTH is short for Our True History. Turns out that's correct. Everything that's written at the background there is actually correct. Our True History is the best. He is. If you're interested in seeing me debunk 6 hours worth of other people, I won't tell you who I debunk. You'll enjoy them as you go through them. Museum of Tarot, Billy Carson, Wes Huff, Christina Bruno, museums, seriologists make up stuff. Oh my God, so many. Basically, everyone makes up stuff. You'll see it. David Childress. I've even got Graham Hancock on there where I debunk him on a particular point. So with evidence. So I don't know. That's why I put I'm the best, because if I can debunk everyone else. Scarface has wrote, my first time here and I'm excited. Yeah, thank you so much. Bless you. Ignore my ego side, but you can imagine I've been doing this 40 odd years and you get liars. And after a while, when I first started doing these lives, I was like, oh no, please don't say that, that's wrong. But now I'm just like, hey, I know I'm right. I know where the evidence is. I know that you will never be able to reply, which they don't. You'll see they don't reply with evidence. So I do get a bit of an ego. So ignore that part and just listen to the evidence, and you'll be hopefully surprised. And I've got thousands of videos, honestly, on my website, outtruehistory.co.uk. I do tell people to go there. No, I don't think anyone bothers going there, so I pay monthly for the website and everything else. But if you're interested, you'll see thousands of videos, documentaries, not TikTok videos, but long documentaries that I do. I have put my TikTok videos up there as well. So in fact, I put them up in sets of 50 and sets of 5 should people want to just watch them in one go. And I had an email the other day, a message on YouTube saying, thank you so much for putting these in sets of 50. I was the first person that bothered saying that. It was really nice. Scarface, Jesus has wrote, so aliens are real or what? Yeah, absolutely. So the Anunnaki are aliens. You've got to remember, as soon as we land on another planet, we're aliens. So the Anunnaki are the ones that created us. If you're interested in seeing the evidence of that, hours worth of evidence, just go to outtruehistory.co.uk, scroll down on the homepage to where it says click here, click that, and you'll see hours worth of evidence. You only need 10 minutes, and you'll say the Bible is retelling the older stories, which it is. So yeah, that's just one of the aliens that's real, let alone the Zetas and stuff. History and Coins, I've researched the Tatarian Empire for months now and only came up with the same as Our True History. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I even asked on other people's channels where they talk about. Well, you know I do because I've seen your messages replying back. So yeah, they even the experts on Tatari and don't reply back because they can't because they haven't got no evidence. DMC had wrote to History and Coins. He claims to be one of the only scholars that can read and translate his tablets. No, he did not. He's never said that, you stupid numpty. Don't frickin' lie. Show me where he says that. You stupid idiot. The people translated. Even I can point you to a bloody video where he says there's about 200. This is him saying that there's about 200 people that can read natively, or not natively, but fluently, the cuneiform Sumerian cuneiform tablets. Oh, you numpty! Wow, what's it like being caught out? Stupid idiot. I hate liars. You probably guessed now, ladies and gentlemen. I hate liars. So he's just made up a load of crap and has just been caught out. Show me where he said that. You will never find that. Not unless you're now going to go away and use AI. Stupid numpty. Sorry, but I hate liars. This is just making up crap and wasting my time. Samantha's wrote, there is evidence in comments. That is why society is a mess, just. There is evidence in comments. That is why society is a mess. Just, I'm unsure what that means. Sorry, I did miss a chunk, so I don't know if that's to do with that. SK7 has wrote, best dude ever. Subscribe to his Patreon. It's worth it. Thank you so much. I don't know who you are on the Patreon page. It's only a couple of pounds, as you know. I get a lot of people saying keep doing those chats with Julie, which I am doing fairly regularly. There's loads queued up for right up until June, believe it or not. You can't see them no more because Patreon has stopped showing all of the ones that's due, but there's so many lined up that you guys some really good ones in fact, but yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and then you've got the Anunnaki signs coming out, which is a brilliant video. Then you've got the Gilgamesh one. There's loads of videos still coming, so thank you so much for being sorry, you know, on the just to let people know, because obviously this person here is SK7 had wrote that about my Patreon page. My videos on my Patreon are not egotistical, are they? They're just me talking and showing, you know, the videos and whatnot, but these lives I do get annoyed, as you can see, with people making up stuff. XR wrote, even you did, but you won't, gold. Yeah, that was when I was joking about someone, I think. DMC's wrote, his website literally claims he is one of the only people capable of interpreting. He did say he can translate them, but he didn't say he was one of the only people. Show me it. Show me where it says that. You're not getting mixed up on sitchiniswrong.com, where someone tried to debunk Sitchin by saying that he translated them wrong when he didn't translate them. Kerry's wrote to DMC, the Penn Museum who did translate them is wrong too. So Kerry's obviously fully aware of Penn Museum, and even Ivan Finkel, who translates them, he's the head curator of the British Museum. DMC, did you know that? DMC, go away, you're a numpty. Mr. Posers wrote, what do you think about the whole UAP disclosure? I mean, I've been hearing, you know, Stephen Greer's been trying to do it since 2001 with the first disclosure. This was the second disclosure project that he'd done with this Congress. So, you know, I've been doing this for over 40 years, and, you know, I've heard disclosure. Right, too much money is involved for you know, free energy, pharmaceuticals, all that kind of stuff. So no elites are going to let us know what's going on. So we can rule out the elites, which then rules out the governments. They're not going to allow us to know. So then it boils down to a couple of other options. One is enough whistleblowers out there to come forward. But then, even then, literally, I've got videos with evidence showing that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. And talking to these people on here, they don't want to know. So even if we have enough people, credible people, going about disclosure saying aliens are real, Anunnaki were real, you'll have all the Muslims, you'll have all the Christians, all the Catholics going, nope, not listening. So that's not going to help. And then the only other option is for an alien race, maybe not one of the ones that's tied in heavily with the government or the elites, but another one, or an accident, like one of their craft landing, crashing in a very, very public area. But even then, religious people will say, well, the Pope said, it's okay for aliens to be out there, so there's still a God, and therefore we don't care about aliens, that we'll still go about our business and we'll still fight each other over religion. That's what they'll do. Even though the Anunnaki were the gods, they won't want to know. So even if all that happens, nothing's going to change, really. The handful of people like yourself that's smart and everything else will go, okay, cool, aliens are here. Let's hope, we can get some tech off of them to help sort our problems out, which won't happen because the government's got, the secret government's already got the tech that they require. They've been dealing with them since the 50s. So we're never going to see that tech, not until we're depopulated to 500 million. And then, and only then, will the alien be... The elites will then go through and say, okay, there is aliens, here's their technology, we're all now going to use it because there's only 500 million of us, and our agenda 2030 has worked. My useless pancreas has wrote, what do you think plasmoids are? I'm guessing you're referring to orbs. I've never really heard them being called plasmoids before. It's kind of reminds me of the old Tremors, doesn't it? What should we call this big snake thing? Snakeoid. So it's a plasmoid. So I'm guessing you're referring to the orbs. So I do think that they are intelligent plasma that connects with the pineal gland. Plasma, if you go by mainstream, could be alive. So funny enough, I was doing a video the other day where I was looking into alien races, and I was looking at what other types of we're carbon based, what other types of aliens could there be, what other type of life forms could there be, and the replies back was silicon and plasma, and another thing that I can't remember the name of. So plasma does seem to be, I have looked into that before as well, but plasma does seem to be a possibility that it could have sentient life, albeit without a body. It could just be the brain, so to speak, and that could move around. So I do think that they're an entity that joins with the pineal gland, and that's what is our spirit. When we leave, we're connected with it, and then it goes back round into someone else. It's just like a hard drive. You take one hard drive, put it in another computer. Nothing to do with the first computer whatsoever, but the second computer can access the memories of the first computer because of the files that's stored on there. And that's all I see these plasmoids are. I have done a video, I think it's a 3-hour video, if you're interested. There's thousands of videos. 3-hour documentary called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits. So I go through everything from Tibetan monks to near-death experiences, etc., etc. So if you're interested in the whole kit and caboodle of spirits, feel free to watch that. Samantha wrote, he's going to rip you to DMC. He's going to rip you a new one because you are wrong. Please stay. I think I've been fairly nice to him. Other than calling him a liar, I wasn't too bad. the KK has wrote, do you think they harvest loose energy off worship? So it's an interesting question. Number 2 in the class for that. Unfortunately, we had too many numpties to have good questions tonight. I've just seen the time. Wow. Normally get time checks, but I haven't seen. Didn't realise it was this time. It's a very good question. Go number 2 in the class. So the Anunnaki had people worshipping them. Now, to be honest with you, if I created a little, and when I say little, because obviously the Anunnaki were way, way taller than us, if I'd created a little new species that could understand me to some degree, would I egotistically make them worship me and, bring me food and everything else that the Anunnaki did and sing songs about me? Hell yeah, I can't help it, I probably would. So that's what the original worship was. So it wasn't to do with fear, etc. Now, moving on to, dare I say the word devil, because it's not even, the devil's no such thing, but devil worshipping, Satan, all that kind of baloney. Is there a possibility there's an entity that these elites worship that sucks off of fear? Yes. I mean, Monsters Inc., the movie, alludes to that suggestion that fear is an energy source. And I have heard this back in the 80s when I was, I've been researching before the 80s, but after, in the 80s I did hear people saying things like, that we're kept in fear deliberately because there's an entity that lives off of the fear. At the time I didn't quite grasp what that was referring to, but, is there an entity out there? You got to remember, we can't see everything. We only see a smidgen of the spectral range. Smidgen. Tiny. So, could there be entities out there flying around? Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the NASA footage, go once you've finished listening to the amazing Our True History, the man behind the curtain, I am the great and powerful Oz. Yes, all right. I watched bloody The Great and Powerful Oz the other day again. I like that film, James Franco. I can't help it. Guilty pleasure. So yeah, if you go to type in on YouTube, NASA tether. So there was a tether that snapped, and it's black and white footage. Unfortunately, it's quite old, in space, and a tether snapped off one of the craft and floats off into space. And as it does so, these objects, literally, almost like discs, suddenly appear out of nothing, out of nowhere. So you've got to ask yourself, were they in a different dimension and suddenly all decided to come through at that moment in time? Or were they there and not visible to the camera until, and also visible to the camera, to the crew as well, because the crew started talking about them as well. NASA ended up saying that they were ice particles that suddenly appeared that's like 4 miles long. Yeah, 4 miles, because the tether was 12 miles and one of them went behind it, which then means it would have been at least 4 miles wide. That's a huge ice crystal suddenly to appear, all in circles, by the way, all in disc shapes. So yeah, what I'm going back to the point that you're saying. Are you making me ask? Are you making me something, Clark? No, you wasn't making me it.
You want one?
Yes, I do want one. Thank you, Clark. Sorry, he's making a drink and my throat's dry. I'll have a whiskey and bad joke. No, just a whatever you're having, Clark. So yeah, sorry. So the point is, I'll have a milkshake, Clark.
Oh, alright then.
Only a small bit though. A wee drop, as they say.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I'm trying to point out is just because we can't see something doesn't mean it's not there. And so is there, when you look at the news, there's virtually no happy news. And, people have been saying for years that the news is deliberately done to keep us in fear, which is understandable because you can control people in fear. You can't control people if they're happy. So it makes sense. So the answer to your question is, there could be. I can't say no and I can't say yes, but there's a possibility. Official C. Ron Toppers wrote, "What are Anunnaki?" So they're an alien race that's 8 to 12 foot, if not taller. They came here 440 odd thousand years ago. Was mining for gold on our planet. Their planet's in our solar system called Nibiru. And they ended up creating us 150 odd thousand years later, give or take. They created us from Neanderthal, and we ended up having fused chromosomes, which is why 1% of mutations. I can't believe how thick people are. Mainstream say that you only ever get 1% of mutations that are beneficial. Turns out our fused chromosomes helped us be a bit smarter. Yeah, right. The Anunnaki literally need us to carry baskets. The Neanderthals weren't smart enough to do that, and so they upgraded us to do that. It's crazy. So anyway, the Anunnaki are the gods in the Bible. If anyone's interested in seeing the evidence, and I mean evidence, come on guys, do you want to see the evidence? I would, if someone said to me, if I hadn't done all this research, if someone said to me, you want to see evidence that the gods in the Bible were the Anunnaki gods, I would say, hell yeah. And I'd try and debunk it, and if I couldn't, I'd be going, freaking hell, that guy's good. So if you're interested in the evidence, go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. Scroll down on the home page. There's thousands of videos you can search. Don't worry, it's on the home page. I've made it so simple, it's on the home page. It says click here. Click that, you'll be taken through to YouTube. Watch 10 minutes. You don't have to watch the hours and hours worth. You don't have to. Watch 10 minutes and you'll go, yep, solved. And then you'll hopefully go back to my website, type in mermaids, type in spirits, type in Bigfoot, type in whatever you want to type in. You'll probably find something that I've already done a video with evidence on. And then hopefully you will start watching more of my videos with evidence. Histories and coins. I'm going to have a conversation with the washing machine because at least I get more than one cycle. Very good. I'm just having a quick drink while I'm laughing. Oh, that's a big cup, Clark. You shouldn't have done that. I have to go bloody shops to get more milk now. History and coins. Than trying to get through to some of these numpties. Right, okay, yeah. I thought that was where he was going with that. Grounded wrote, so your conspiracy theories that you believe in some conspiracy but not the true. Let me try and grasp what you wrote. So you don't follow me. So you're a conspiracy. Technically, you should have wrote theorist as opposed to theories because you wrote a. So this, I'm just reading it as they write it. So you're a conspiracy theories. I'm guessing you want to drop the A really. So your conspiracy theories that you believe in some conspiracies but not the true. I only go wherever the evidence is. None of mine are conspiracy theories. You do realise that many, and I've done videos showing where conspiracy theories have now turned into fact. Oh, yeah. So careful what you use with the words conspiracy theories, because I will throw back at you conspiracies that have now become fact. Such as, well, I can even give you the one from a couple of years ago, how people said, if you take the you-know-what, you're going to have breathing problems, etc., and heart attacks and so on, and everyone was called conspiracy theories just on that alone. Turns out, mainstream now, scientists have now agreed that is actually what happens with that substance. So, yeah. So be careful what you say with the word conspiracy theories, because those have... many of those have now become true. Not just that one, many. So yeah, I'll go wherever the evidence goes. If the evidence takes me to an almighty being, I would be sitting there going, there's a frickin' almighty being, guys, here's the evidence. So just because I don't have evidence of something, does it mean it's not true? Well, I'll say it's not true until we have the evidence. I'm not going to say I believe in something, that big. I'll say I believe the research leads me to, but obviously there's no evidence whatsoever of an almighty being, for example, and never was, and not even close to it, because I showed that the Bible is talking about the Anunnaki, so there never was any almighty being. The Lie Oneness has wrote, I'm with you right there. Ah, bless you. I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point, but you put a Christian sign. So can't remember what I was talking about at that point, but thank you. My Useless has wrote, aren't the Anunnaki equivalent to what would be called seraphim? Maybe I've misunderstood this. So the Anunnaki were the gods. The easiest thing to do is spend 10 minutes. I mean, literally, you'll spend more time typing than you will watching 10 minutes of my video. Watch 10 minutes of that documentary that's hours long. Tells you who the Anunnaki are, tells you where they come from, tells you what names they had, tells you everything you need to know. Not necessarily in the 10 minutes, but you'll get the idea. So, no, they weren't the seraphim. 1600 Christianity comes from Kempt. I'm guessing you mean Chem. If that's what you're trying to say. No, not from my research, no. Chem is, if you're referring to Chem, that's in Egypt. Marduk was in Israel, so no, that's not what I was saying. History grows, right? Be right back. The dogs are awake now. Have to take them out. No worries, all. Thank you. By the time I've read that, you probably would have been back. Oops. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your power of the mind can move the background. See that? Ooh. That's why I only do one show a night, ladies and gentlemen. Bay Harbour has been sharing this live. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're sharing it because you're enjoying it, as opposed to... wow, that's a hell of a lot of shares you've been doing. You know a lot of people. Wow. Darwin's wrote, I hope your colleagues, actors are following you now they realise who you are and what you do. I had a word with the main actor in the film, American guy. He has no idea what the Anunnaki are, really. He's kind of heard of the TV series Ancient Aliens, but that's about it. And I said to him, look, I'm shooting an Anunnaki film after this one. And I'd be interested. I haven't given them the script yet because obviously we're working on a different movie and I don't want to confuse the poor guy. But he's thanked me for thinking of him. He would, if I have him, he would play. He would play one of the professors. There's two professors in the movie, in the Anunnaki movie. One that goes out and about. I did have visually in my head when I wrote the script. I did have a particular character in mind, certain colour person with a beard and stuff. You know, basically like an older Morgan Freeman. I had that kind of feel in my head of the character because he needed to be old enough to whereas this guy's a younger guy, so he probably played the other guy, the other professor that's mainly office based. Because the older guy gets kidnapped by a black helicopter right at the beginning of the film. Anyway, sorry, I digress. So yes, some of them know me. Some of them, I think, what was it, a week or so ago when I was chatting to some of them when we had some spare time, and they was talking about TikTok, and they was like, "Oh, someone says I've got 5,000 followers." This is the other one of the actresses. And the other one says, "Oh, wow, that's a lot." And the other one says, "I think, I've got 2,000 followers." And I went, "I got nearly 300,000. You what?" So yeah, they didn't know. And of course, straight away they liked. So they're probably even listening now. I don't know, but yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, when I'm filming and directing and stuff. I do try and, I try and keep my filming side separate from even this. So when I'm doing that side, I do try and concentrate on my film because it costs money. Time is money when you're shooting a movie, and as a director, I've got an assistant, and there's loads and loads of people there. I've got sound man, cameramen, camera women, all sorts of people waiting around. So we have lunch breaks, sometimes they're staggered. Sorry if I'm boring you guys. Sometimes they're staggered. I'm shooting a movie at the moment, basically, and sometimes the lunch breaks are staggered. Depends on whether I want to finish a shot or not, and we send other people off to go and get their food, and then and so on. But yeah, so I don't really have too much time to chat about things really, and then I've got producers there, so when I do sit down for lunch. I'm normally sitting with an executive producer and a producer, so they're normally chatting to me. How's it going? Do you think it's going to be finished on time? Usual stuff. Do you think we're going to need more money? They're really asking how long is it going to be? Is it going to cost more money to keep filming? So that's generally what happens on my day-to-day filming. If you're interested, I'll go through it and bore you to pieces. As a director, luckily the camera equipment that's left there overnight, so we're quite lucky there. Bay Harbours wrote, is this pre-recorded? No, it's live. I read every single question out. So yeah, no, I definitely read every question out. This is live. Power to the peoples. For Anunnaki with a fourth dimensional being. Sitchin was wrong. They came through the Stargates. Okay, so this person follows me. So this person, I think we've chatted before. I remember your name. Now so I think you're having a wind up with me because you know that obviously that's all incorrect. So I think you're just saying that to try and get me wound up. So I'm gonna laugh and say you nearly had me there because I would have went to town on that. James has put laugh my A off. Meta, I was wrote, who makes the crop circles? What do you think? So I have done videos on crop circles if you're interested in them. Basically, they seem to be the larger size orbs. They seem to be the tennis ball size ones. Eyewitnesses have seen them come out of the ground. So chances are the pictograph is something to do with Earth's properties, Earth's frequencies, something like that. The crop circles are superheated with a microwave. There's a certain frequency that does. The people that have tried to debunk Dr. Levengood have actually agreed with him. Yes, there is radiation in these crop circles. It's not done by man, so therefore they're actually the debunkers are actually agreeing with him. There's articles. I've gone through the articles and made the stupid people look stupid on them trying to debunk Dr. Levengood, who is was one of the foremost researchers into genuine crop circles, and so they tried to debunk him, and yet I make them look silly because I debunked them and actually showed that they actually agree with him without them even realising they were agreeing with him. It's crazy. Watch my videos, you'll see what I'm referring to. So even Dr. Levengood says it's a ball of light that creates this microwave energy that then superheats the nodes, the knuckles, and they burst from the inside, which is pretty impressive for a guy with a plank, don't you think? And mainstream, I look at every angle. I've looked at mainstream's argument as to how they, or these debunkers, how they can say that the nodes were superheated by a microwave, and apparently they say that the people with planks, not that anyone's ever got this equipment, but people with planks go around with this equipment. Well, what's the point of having a plank if you can superheat the nodes and they can bend down? Stupid people. They don't think, do they, before they open their gob? Sorry, having another sip of a drink. So yeah, they seem to be the larger size orbs, sentient beings, and the reason why the crop circles pictographs are done, from my perspective, don't have evidence on this, but from my perspective, is clearly they're telling someone above. Then they're not telling us, because they would have made smaller ones. We've had crop circles for at least 400 years. Sometimes you need to be at 1,000 foot up to be able to see the full crop circle. We didn't have technology to go 1,000 foot up in the air 400 odd years ago, so it's clearly for another race up higher. So a pictograph will give information to another race that's not us, and the crop circles were never built for us. Otherwise they would just make them smaller, which they don't, and they would probably stop doing the pictographs because we haven't got a clue what they actually mean. So after 400 years ago, do you know what, these humans haven't even figured out one of them, let alone the thousands that we've done, probably millions now, all around the world. Yes, they're all done around the world. Yes, humans do the Planck ones, but that was only because the MI5 paid Doug and Dave originally to try and debunk crop circles so people would stop talking about it. So feel free to watch my videos with all the evidence you need on those. Whoops, sorry, I'm just trying to scroll. I've got my power wire in. Nice as right, Museum of Tarot. Yeah, complete numpty. Feel free to watch my video where I debunk him. Scroll back on TikTok or go to my YouTube channel. He blocked me because obviously I debunked him a year or so ago as well. So I hadn't seen any of his videos. And then a couple of my followers said, "Oh, look at this," and I said, "I can't see the videos. He must have blocked me." So I went on my PC and had to set up a new account just so I could see whoever it was. I didn't know who it was at the time, but because I had a few people saying, "Look at this, look at this." So there was a 10-minute video, whatever it was, about 10 minutes of Museum of Tarot saying that Zachariah Sitchin's wrong because of Michael S. Heiser. So then I did a video totally destroying Museum of Tarot, absolutely knocking it out of the park, and proving that Michael S. Heiser, who's trying to quote from, who was, I've already debunked Michael S. Heiser badly, was just a religious person that wrote religious books that didn't want Zachariah Sitchin to be correct. So Museum of Tarot uses his book and says that the Anunnaki come from Eurasia or Europe. And I was like, well, funny how they could come over to Eridu and start up buildings, etc., and yet no freaking buildings were before Eridu in Europe, and they created the Euphrates and Tigris. They tell us they did that in the tablets, and yet zero evidence of any advanced anything whatsoever from Europe, where they supposedly come from. And supposedly, according to Dr. Michael Heiser, I won't even call him a doctor, he's dead now, but you know, when you just make up crap, you're not a doctor, you're just a fucking idiot. He said that the Anunnaki came over the mountains, and they came over because there was a catastrophe of some sort in Europe. Okay, what catastrophe? Yeah, Museum of Tarot just skips over that one because there was no catastrophe and there's no evidence of a catastrophe. So all in all, it was just lie after lie after lie after lie from Museum of Tarot, and I went to town on him. I'm sorry, but you know, when you lie, you got to take it. You got to take it. Same as Christina Bruno, when she lies. I showed her where she was wrong, and then she got so upset she turned into some sort of witch and told me that I was evil and I was a sick man and perverted and all sorts of stuff just because she got debunked. Crazy. It happens, you know. One day I'll probably get debunked by making one silly mistake where I'm maybe tired. History and Coins just wrote 9:30 p.m. Thank you. Wow, it's content. Okay. G has wrote laugh out loud. Yeah, okay. You're amazing. Thank you, G. That's very nice of you to say. Bless you. G likes me. Michelle's wrote, what is Sitchin? So that was a gentleman that wrote books on the Anunnaki called Zachariah Sitchin, and religious people that don't want to believe the Anunnaki are real say that he can't translate the tablets. The problem was they're all thick because he didn't translate the tablets. They're already translated before he was born. So they try and use him because he wrote a book about it. There's other people that also wrote books as well, the Moorhens and LWK. Loads of people wrote books on the Anunnaki, translations of the books. Even Samuel Noah Kramer and the actual proper people that were the forefront in learning Sumerian languages were writing books and all sorts of stuff. So in other words, religious people use Zachariah Sitchin to try and debunk the whole Anunnaki, aliens creating us. But he never translated them anyway, so straight away they're wrong, which I laugh at. Here we go. There you go. That's my little laugh. Scrolling down, Gary's wrote, just got Ivan Finkel's book Cuneiform and also the first ghost book for. Looking forward to. Yes. I think he's also done one on magic, if I'm not mistaken. So what Gary's referring to, one sec, is the head curator of the British Museum, called Ivan Finkel. He, in fact, he beautiful. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're religious, do not listen to this. You will hate this. You will absolutely hate this. Ivan Finkel in the British Museum has a tablet. It was luckily donated to them. He didn't. Long story, but the tablet actually tells us about the Enki, who was one of the Anunnaki, going to tell Ziusudra, which was Noah, to build the ark because of the impending flood. And it tells you the size of the boat and the shape of the boat. It's a coracle boat. It's like a squash football. It was not a long boat. So next time you see, go watch his translations of on YouTube of the tablet. So next time someone tells you, "Oh, we found the Noah's Ark and it's a longboat," just laugh at them. Laugh. Well, show us the evidence that it was going to be a longboat. Whereas we actually have the evidence of the size of it, what it was made of, what kind of wood, all in that tablet. Where Enki goes to the bedroom wall because he's not allowed to tell Noah directly because of and then you go back to the Ark Trahasis and some other tablets where he's got told by Enlil that he's not allowed to tell any humans. So he tells the bedroom wall, knowing that Noah would be able to hear it, and so he leaves a tablet there with the dimensions of how to build this ark. So it's all there in the British Museum. So anyway, what Gary's referring to is the same person that can read Irving Finkel, the head curator, can read Sumerian, has also wrote many books on the Sumerian life. Now, Irving Finkel won't say that the Anunnaki are gods. Well, he will say they're gods, but he won't say that they're from another planet. He can't do that because he'd be out of a job. So he does admit on one of his videos, I showed it on one video that he did with an interview. Someone asked him about the Anunnaki, and he said, "Well, yes, they go up and they come back down," which is exactly what the Anunnaki say. They go up to heaven and they come back down. So he was really careful. He's stuttering and everything, which is unusual for Irving Finkel to have to think about what he says before saying it. So yes, good books from what I understand. I've kind of listened to his videos, a lot of his videos where he talks about the stuff in the books. So I haven't actually read the books per se myself, but I know a lot about his the contents of the books. Good guy has wrote, what do you think of bird flying to Antarctica and then flying into a cave and finding a city? I would agree that actually happened. Don't have evidence of it, but the logic is absolutely yes, because he did go back with a fleet, as you may know, and that fleet was supposed to be on an expedition for science, and yet they took warplanes, warships, tanks, and we know that because the Pathé video, or the Pathé film reel, was put on YouTube, and we can actually see the tanks coming off the warships onto snow, onto ice in Antarctica. So there's a reason that they took a massive fleet to Antarctica, and the logic is that yes, Admiral Byrd did get tractor beamed in, or at least went into this cave. I think the story is that he got tractor beamed in, and was basically warned off not to go anywhere near there because Nazis were there with aliens that had technology to fly from, this is his words apparently, from pole to pole within minutes. So of course Admiral Byrd left there and then came back and told the military and whatnot, and the military said, hell yes, we've got to go back there, let's take a fleet because we want some of that equipment, technology. And they went back and lost the fight and lost many ships, and then came back tail between their legs. And then a few years later, the Battle of LA happened, which was where one of the Nazi craft, back engineered or allowed UFO craft to use it, flew over to LA very slowly and just sat there and was shot at and then flew away. Apparently they'd done that deliberately to say, hey, we can come all the way over to here, you can't do a freaking thing, do not come back. Long story short, the Americans ended up doing a deal with the Nazis, and they ended up working on the moon with them. Ryan's wrote, so I have a question. If you know the Anunnaki story and that need for gold. So the Anunnaki had a problem with their atmosphere. It was the atmosphere was dwindling. There was a big hole in it. That was based off of the big hole was based off of the Moorhen's translation. So when Alula was leaving his home planet to come towards Earth, he looked back and could see the hole in their atmosphere, which is interesting because we were supposed to have an ozone layer hole. But anyway, so they needed to cover that, and because the volcanoes had stopped erupting on their planet, which was producing the smoke that they needed to keep the heat out, keep the heat in and keep the cold out, and vice versa, whatever it was. You get the idea. I'm tired now. And so they tried to restart the volcanoes. That didn't work. They tried to mine the asteroid belt, lost 2 ships, and then eventually, because Alula came to Earth, only because he thought he was going to die, and he figured if he's going to die there, he might as well die on the way to Earth. And if he doesn't die, and if he finds gold, because he knew that the Earth was the same as the asteroid belt, which is from a bigger planet called Tiamat that broke up, if that's what you're referring to. Good Guys wrote, when Nibiru's coming around again, anywhere from 300 to 700 years, or 900. We're going to be dead before it comes round, so we're all right for now. Infectious has put laughing faces or smart faces. I'm guessing that's saying I'm smart. Well, I'm not smart. I just put the effort in. Corey's wrote, what do you think of the race of reptiles? I'm guessing you're referring to the Draconian star system, Dracos. Enough military whistleblowers have spoken about them for me to say I believe that there probably is. Just because we're carbon based and we have skin, does it mean that a sentient, smart lizard on another planet couldn't evolve quicker or better or whatever than us? Absolutely. I mean, there's octopuses. An octopus is amazing, solves things that we can't even figure out. So, many animals have got different traits that we don't have. Chimpanzees can do things faster than us. Photographic memory that we I certainly couldn't do, and I don't think any human could do as quick as. So, in other words, given long enough, any species could end up being the dominant one, as long as they are not wiped out by themselves, which goes into that whole next story of but I won't bore you. So yes, in other words, I do think there's no reason why a reptilian race couldn't have evolved to be smart at all. Oops, I'm sorry, I was just scrolling there. Ryan's wrote, with making a statement as such, I would think they would have to have permission first. With making a statement as such, I don't know what statement you're referring to. Sorry, I'm slightly behind on the messages. I don't know what you mean. Oh, and I've scrolled to the bottom now. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I've unplugged the phone. When the phone's plugged in and it gets hot, it makes me scroll to the bottom. Okay, so I've missed some more because the highest I can scroll up to is Ryan, and he's wrote in capitals, let me ask you again, are you aware of the Anunnaki story? So I'm guessing Ryan didn't understand that this is a live chat, and by the time I got to his point, he's rewrote it again in capitals. So hopefully you've now heard me. Rose Morris has wrote, Rose Marie has wrote, do you have a YouTube channel? I do. You can get to it from my website if you're interested. My website's slightly better than the YouTube. It takes you to the YouTube, no problem at all. But there's other videos and audio and links to books and things like that from my website. And also, you can search specifically for title, so like Alien Bible, which proves that Genesis was to do with planets forming, not an almighty being, by typing it Alien or Bible or something like that. Whereas on my YouTube channel, I've put keywords, whereas on my website I could put the actual title. So in terms of searching for things, they're in categories on my website as well. So even if you didn't type anything, you can just scroll down and look for Anunnaki stuff, Egypt stuff, Greek stuff, Rome stuff, crop circles, Bigfoot, spirits, missing 411, da 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 da. So you could just peruse my website and find stuff very quickly. Whereas YouTube, you have to sort of go in between live chats that I've done and other little bits and pieces, TikTok videos that I may put up, which are only a minute long. So you can get to everything from my website if that helps. But yes, Our True History is the same logo at the back, at the top there. I don't know if you can see that little sort of brown image of a monk holding a skull. Kerry had wrote to Brian, please stop. He answers questions in order. Thank you, Our True History, for the time check earlier. Thank you again, History and Coins, for saying you can get to it from his website. It's a lot easier. Pizza Steve has wrote, 100%. I don't know what I was talking about, but hopefully that was something interesting. Yo Daddy has put laughing faces, then wrote underneath that, I've listened to you now for a little bit. You are actually really interesting. You're very clever and very knowledgeable. Oh, Yo Daddy. Thank you. That's really nice of you to say. Kerry's wrote, hello Clark darling. He's came and gone now, but thank you for that. Jose has wrote, Earth is flat. Jose, are you still here? I'm near the bottom because I accidentally scrolled to the bottom. Are you still here? Please, Jose. Please let one person actually reply yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be if you want to see a massacre, this will be it. Jose, are you still here? Please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I do these lives for. But recently people have been avoiding saying yes they're here because they know what's going to happen. It's going to be a car crash for them. Jose, please, are you still here? Just write yes, and one of the moderators will pin it up. I just want to ask you one simple question, which you will end up either being rude to me, changing the subject, or doing a runner. That's what happens. You won't be able to answer this question. You don't need math or anything like that. Unfortunately, Jose's not here, so what a shame, because I would have tore him a new one. Unforgiving has wrote, what do you think about the Antichrist revealing himself after the death of the Pope Francis? Load of baloney, unfortunately. So if you watch my Mark of the Beast video, yes, I've solved the Mark of the Beast, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. No Nobel Prize for me, unfortunately. Nobel Peace Prize. I should get one for all the things I've solved. So, believe it or not, the Mark of the Beast has been solved by one person. Yay! What a hero. Not all heroes wear capes. So anyway, so when you watch that video with the Mark of the Beast, you'll see that it's already happened. Yes, it's already happened. And when you watch my other video called, I think there's a couple on it, called Book of Revelation, you'll see that that's already happened. So basically everything's already happened. So an Antichrist is just something that was made up way down the line for some reason or other. I don't know why. Just seems like people, it's the same as the flat earthers and same as the Tatarian people with advanced technology. Happy to tell you it, but when you ask for the evidence of it, it's like, where did that come from, the Antichrist? Well, it was a friend of a friend who saw it in a book, who saw it in a tablet, or saw it in a... You see where I'm going? No, so no, don't worry about Antichrist. When you realise who Christ was, by the way, feel free to watch my video where I show that Jesus would have been a hybrid son of Marduk. So the video's on my website called Who Jesus' Real Father Is. It's on YouTube. Do you know how many people's told me I'm wrong? Do you know how many people said that when they watch that video and say, yeah, Jesus is not the son of Marduk? Do you know how many people said that? None. It's mental. It's crazy. go watch that documentary, and then you'll see. Once you realise all of everything, then you'll see that any kind of Antichrist is just no. Wendy has put little hearts. Oh, thank you, Wendy. That's very nice of you. Hopefully they're for me. If not, who are they for? Get a room, for God's sake, Wendy. No, but thank you very much. That's lovely if they're for me. Thank you. Ryan's wrote, ignore my bad jokes. They are bad. Ryan's wrote, my thoughts is the need for gold to repair their atmosphere. Digging for so long, creating slave race. Yeah, that's exactly what it says in the Artrahasas. I mean, not word for word, but yes, that's exactly what it says. Ryan's wrote, then they are not the creator, they are not source, they are fallen angels. No, they're not the fallen angels. Fallen angels are Igigi. If you would like to see the evidence of that, look for my video called Fallen Angels Solved, and then look for the video called Angels Solved, and you'll realise that angels were just messengers for the Anunnaki. So there was no creator. Now the Anunnaki did mention an unseen creator of all, but again, we've got 4,000 religions right now. Every one of them's wrong. So, you know, is it possible the Anunnaki made up a creator of everything because they couldn't understand how the universe worked? Totally possible. Does it mean there was a creator of everything? No. Until I get the evidence there was a creator of everything. Of course, the Bible talks about the Anunnaki, not a creator of everything. So we're probably never going to get the evidence, certainly not in our lifetimes, that there is a creator of everything. Certainly we're never going to get it from the Bible, because the Bible is a retelling of the Anunnaki. Again, Eridu Genesis, Enki says on the 7th day, let this day be a day of rest. Come on, guys, it's not that hard to work that one out. Feel free to watch my videos, especially the one on the homepage where it proves. It's actually also, you can search for that one. It's called The Lost Book of Our True History, but that's not what it's called on YouTube. That's why I put the link on my homepage, because I put keywords. The Lost Book of Our True History is not going to get found on when people are searching, so I've had to put aliens and stuff like that as the keyword on the YouTube video. That's why I tell people to go to, for the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk, and scroll down on the home page to where it says click here. And then you'll also find, Ryan, that the Igigi, which were the younger gods, were the fallen angels, not Anunnaki, because the Anunnaki were the older gods, and therefore if the older gods were the ones in the Bible that were the fallen angels, then you wouldn't have had the sons of God, because the Anunnakis, Igigi, which also translates into watchers, was the sons. They were the sons of God, and of course gods were the Anunnaki. Genesis 1:26, if you know what I'm referring to. Wink wink, nudge nudge. Ryan's right. My God creator does not have to dig for gold to repair our atmosphere. Funny enough, Ryan, you're going to hate me for this, but I've been writing a book. I'm the world's best. Let's be honest, I am. I've been writing a new book, Ryan, and in my book it's the chapter on. So it's called. You're going to hate this. You're going to hate this, Ryan. Not only does that video on my website destroy your God straight away, but. And I don't mean to sound rude, but there is no God to destroy, so there's no problem there. But in my book, this is how good I am at what I do. In my book, there's a chapter called Goldfingers, and that's where the Anunnaki. So the Bible, the new book, which is the new Bible, you should buy a copy of it. You're going to hate it, but you'll have to live with it, because that's the truth. Is called Anunnaki Gods or Almighty Gods. So throughout the whole book, I even asked on here for evidence of an almighty being. Have you got evidence of an almighty being, Ryan? And you'll just point me to the Bible, which then I will then point out that God says, oh, this gold is good. Now, God, I've pointed that out in my book. Why would God say this gold is good? He would know, wouldn't he? Because he created everything. Oh, Ryan's thinking, oh crap, yes, he does say that, doesn't he? Yes, it means he's looking at gold in a way that could be used. Oh, well, it's good, yeah, oh, because otherwise you can't just say gold's good. It's like me saying that rock's good. Oh, Ryan, Our True History is damn good, isn't he? So you're going to want to buy a copy of that book, aren't you? Hell no, you're not. Sorry. So that's why I say this book is the world's best book. It is, because when I go through absolutely everything, I go through absolutely everything. So when you say your God doesn't need gold, yes, he does. He says it. He looks at the gold and says, oh, this gold's good. Have some of that. So yes, and also, by the way, Ryan, your God creator, where you talk about your God creator does not have to dig for gold. Your creator God, by the way, sits down 20 times in the Bible. Oh, he sits down 20 times on a lapis lazuli throne. Now hang on a minute. Enlil was given a lapis lazuli throne. Did you know Enlil was called the Most High? And your God's called the Highest. Funny, you only become the highest if there's one under you. Otherwise, you might as well just say you're the most high, because there is nothing. You could just say you're high. You could just say anything you want, but to say you're the highest means there's others underneath. Now, Enlil was the most high. He had the rank of 50, if you know what that rank is to do with the Anunnaki. When he passed over the reins to Marduk, Marduk became the Most High. Ryan, did you know that, Ryan? I could carry on, Ryan, with your God creating. Let's have a laugh, ladies. Shall we have a laugh at religion, ladies and gentlemen? Let's have a laugh at Ryan's expense. Ryan, sorry, I'm just going to pretend I'm your Almighty God for a moment. I've created you, Ryan. I've created the very first Homo sapiens, even though there was Neanderthals and Homo erectuses before that, but let's pretend that they're all created at the same time. I've created you. You are intelligent enough. You shall worship me. Am I right so far, Ryan? Am I going right? Okay, you shall worship me. Build me a temple. I'll be back. I'll be back. So anyway, they build a temple. God comes back and says, hang on a minute, this temple's for Enki. Yeah, we built the very first... Did you know that, Ryan? The very first building of any kind of size was for Enki. It had 19 rooms. It was over in Eridu. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll... Right, now you've built one for Enki, who was one of the Anunnaki gods. Now build me one. I'll come back. I'll be back. Comes back. Hang on a minute. You've built one for Enlil, his brother, half-brother. Yeah, we did, because they're the gods. They're the ones that created us, God. Well, okay, fair enough. I'll tell you what. I'll be back in 100,000 years. Please, at some point, make me a freaking building. Comes back. Okay, so I can see buildings in Mesopotamia. I can see buildings in Babylon for all these other gods. Sky gods, god of wind, god of rain. Where's my building? Sorry, God. You're not that important. In fact, we didn't actually ever build you a building. The building that's under Temple Mount was Enlil's. Oh. Okay, fair enough. And what about priests? Well, I want you to give me priests so that they can be in between me and you humans. I'll be back. So he comes back. Why has the Anunnaki got priests? Well, because they're the gods in the Bible. Oh, damn you to hell. What did you do to this planet? It's full of apes. Damn you to hell. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but you get the point. Feel free to watch. I should do comedy sketches, shouldn't? No, you're right, I shouldn't. Sorry, Ryan. Just pointing out how silly it is. Sierra's wrote, so what is the firmament made of? It's the asteroid belt. If you're interested in seeing the video with evidence of that, just go to my website and type in firmament, and you'll see the video called Firmament Solved, and you'll see that it was the Anunnaki that basically said that the asteroid belt was they called it the hammer bracelet, that was the firmament. So it's no invisible dome. The Bible doesn't even say it's an invisible dome. I mean, I go through that in the thing. It just shows you how stupid people are to listen to other people without looking it up themselves. Anyway, moving on. Ryan's wrote, excuse me, voice to text is my error. God created everything on earth. No need to dig or anything. No, he didn't. Ryan, do me a favour. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna. Who wants to just destroy one more time? Sorry, guys. This is good. I like being the best. Always be the smartest in the room, Ryan. And unfortunately, what you've done is you've took what you've been told by the Bible, as verbatim, and unfortunately that's not the case, Ryan, as you'll find out in about 4 seconds, probably slightly longer actually. Ryan, you're going to find out something that you're going to hate. You're going to hate this. Let me see if this is the one.
Who wants the new Bible? So this book's going to be called Anunnaki.
Let me just try and find the bit. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be so worth it. I'm trying to remember which one it was.
I've just found evidence that...
Sorry, guys. That's the one called "Don't Share with Religious People." Okay.
Base their beliefs on
And here's the...
Ready?
Yes, many creationists base their beliefs on Genesis
Just
1,
listen to this,
which
Ryan.
describes the creation of the world in 6 days.
Okay, so I've done a deep dive into Genesis 1, and I've even gone back through the original Hebrew words, which basically means you can translate it slightly different to what's in the Bible. So, as you're probably aware, you can translate the original. So, let's look at it from your perspective. Let's just do it now for the viewers to realise how easy it is to rewrite the Bible without rose-tinted glasses. So, using the fact that mainstream have said that solar systems are formed using water, they called it heavy water. This is about 2 months ago they put an article out saying that. They've seen another solar system being formed, in other words, planets are being formed because of water. So let's take that as the first guide. Second guide is the Anunnaki release, where it also talks about the waters mingling, and also taking into account the Bible, Genesis, where it talks about the waters. So knowing all of that, can you look at the original Hebrew words and recite a version that matches evidence as opposed to just an invisible man creating everything? Could you recite a new version of Genesis where it's referring to planets being formed by water, not by an almighty being, but by water, because that's what we've got evidence for? Could you, using the original Hebrew words, in other words, I don't want anything changed, I want the original Hebrew words, because I know they can have more than one meaning. So I'd like you to look at the other meanings of the same words and give me a sentence back that probably isn't to do with an almighty being.
Sorry, Ryan. Don't hate me.
In Genesis 1:1, the Hebrew words can have various meanings. For example, Elohim, commonly translated as God, can also mean powers or mighty ones. Bara, translated as created, can imply shaping or forming. Tahom, translated as the deep, refers to the primordial waters. Using these alternate meanings, Genesis 1 could be interpreted as, in the beginning, the mighty powers formed the heavens and the earth from the primordial waters. This interpretation aligns with the idea of planets forming through natural processes.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Genesis 1 is not about an almighty being. Feel free to get my book. I do go into way more detail than that. Sorry, Ryan, don't hate me. That ends your whole God created everything on earth. No, he didn't. And again, Eridu Genesis, which predates the Bible, talks about the Anunnaki cataloguing and doing various things on the first 6 days, and on the 7th day, let this be a day of rest. Sorry, Ryan. Your God is never going to look out for you. Trust me. Never did it on people in World War One. Never looked out for people in World War Two. Never going to happen, Ryan. Ever, 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 ever. Because it was Genesis 1. Genesis basically gets mixed up with 3 different time periods. One is, and that's fair enough because the tablets didn't have dates on them. So it gets mixed up. It talks about the formation of the solar system. Then it talks about Enki coming here and working for the first 6 days and then letting the 7th day. So they mix that with the formation of the solar system. And then they also mix up the time that the Anunnaki, which was 100 and something odd thousand years later, started to create humans. And so they mix that up all in the same Genesis. And that's why it sounds fanatical that, in the first 7 days, there was no light, and then suddenly there was light and all this baloney. So yeah, sorry Ryan, it's all there. Go watch my video called Alien Bible, which you won't bother, which basically goes through a lot more detail if you're interested, which you're not, and let's be honest. So that ends Ryan's reign of religious hocus pocus. Sorry, I just cut to the chase. It's not my fault. Don't hate me. I'm not going to read any more of Ryan's because he's starting to quote the Bible, and clearly I've just proved that you can rewrite the Bible without rose-tinted glasses. So sorry, Ryan. No more reading out of your stuff. You're just wasting my time. I've done enough videos. Been around long enough. AI Packers wrote, who or what created the Anunnaki? Chemicals, and you put laughing faces at the end, so which makes you look a little bit stupid because you assumed that was a stupid question, or tried to catch me out. Yes, an almighty being created the Anunnaki. He is called our true history. Oh, yes, I am an almighty being. You can probably tell that. Got a lot of numpties tonight, haven't we? A lot of religious numpties. Chemicals created them. So I'm not going to read Ryan's. Ryan's just spouting a lot of baloney about a lot of baloney. So we've already dealt with Ryan now many times. Darwin's right. I'm very interested in for your filming, people you work with, and basically anything. Oh, bless you. So unlike normal. Oh, bless you. Sorry if we talk a little bit about the film, but. So on this particular film, as you may know, I've said it before, but the producer wanted... I wrote the Anunnaki script. I wanted him... And he did tout it to some film companies, etc. But the problem is that the producer's religious, so I don't think he quite was pushing it as hard as he could, in the same way that I would have done. Long story short, he had another script that was sent to him, and he asked me to direct it. It was called Murder on the Riverboat. Between me, you and the lamppost, hopefully you'll never see this or hear this. I didn't really read it. It just sounded so crap. And then he rang me one day and said, have you read it? I was like, oh yeah. He goes, what do you think of the end? What do you think about the pregnant woman? And I says, yeah, I knew she was guilty. I hadn't even read it. I said, and I knew it was a fake baby. He goes, yeah. He says, I'm surprised that you caught onto that. I mean, literally, I caught onto it there and then as soon as he said about the pregnant lady. I was like, as soon as you get a pregnant lady in a film, you know it's a fake baby. So anyway, long story short, because he had these actors lined up for it, and ready to put money in and whatnot. So I said, well, look, let me rewrite a script where we can use some of the same actors again, and we'll contain it in one location. And so that's what we've done. And I haven't actually counted the main cast. I think there's about 13 main cast. So it's an ensemble cast where there is one main guy, well, technically two main guys in the film. I don't want to spoil the film for you, but two main lead sort of actors that have the most lines. It's set in a building where it's a wake. When the film comes out, you'll know who it is. Then you'll know who I am because I'm telling you the part of the story. But it's sort of set a day after the funeral where these people were invited. It's a murder mystery, somewhat thriller, but more murder mystery. And they're invited to this wake the day after a funeral. They didn't go to the funeral. And these people knew the person that died, and as soon as they get there, pretty much the phone rings, all their phones ring, and someone says on the phone, all the exits are now blocked with explosives. If you try and leave, you'll die. And so it's a complete murder mystery, because I don't want to spoil it, but they all try and work out, and you know how my brain works for scripts, so you can imagine I cover absolutely every angle, whether they can get out and stuff like that. But so we shoot that. My daughter comes along. She's just walked into the kitchen. So from an early age, my daughter's been in some of my films. Background parts in some of the films, because obviously she's not an actress. So she's been interested in the filming side of things. She's now walked down the hallway. And over time, when she was at school, she did film studies or something in college, where she got an award and stuff, which I was very, very proud of. She's not kept her hand in the filming side of things, but she's tried to make her own couple of films things on weekends with her friends way back, but hasn't done much since. But she had come along on some of my film sets, so she came along on the. I'm careful. I have to be careful what I say where I film, but we shot a film in a cowboy film, and so she came along on the set and loved that. Everyone was dressed up and whatnot, and in cowboy gear and that. So on this one, she's come along, and I've gave her some little jobs to do as a sort of not necessarily assistant director, but sort of more like a second unit director, where she's really good. The actors, because they've never met her before. When she first come on, and I said, right, okay, this is what I want you to do, and she looks at the camera shots. Tells the camera people where to put the cameras sometimes, because they're not. When you're shooting a film, you need it consistent, really, and so she was basically telling them how I would have the cameras, which she was correct, and she starts directing these people, and she's really good, and people after the first time that once they finished acting with her, they was like, wow, she's really good, so I was really proud of her. Oh, thank you, History and Coins. Sorry, I was closing my eyes there. So she comes along on, when she's not working, to help on some days of the shoots. Sometimes just little pick-up shots and stuff, but there was a whole sequence I wanted her to do, but she had to leave the other day early, so I ended up shooting it. But I didn't like the performance of the actor, so we got to reshoot that sequence. So yeah, it's fun and games, but it's rewarding, very rewarding. But the editing's the hard part. You come back here and you got to colour grade it, and you got to dub it, and then you got to not dub it, but sync the sound up and everything else, and then you got to make it 5.1 nowadays for release and stuff like that. And you have to do what they call deliverables. That's the hardest part. You have to make sure that the film's set, all the light or the colours are within a certain range for the deliverables. You're not allowed to be over a certain decibels, you're not allowed to be over a certain white peak, and all this kind of stuff. That's the hard part. Going along directing, telling people, look, do that again, you was crap. I'm not like that. I'm lovely, I'm too nice. But telling people what to do, and and do it again and again and whatever, that's the easy part. It's the back end is the hard part. It's all those actors go home, and whereas I can't, I have to think about the next day's shoot. And and if there's any rewrites or reshoots for any reason. Anyway, yeah. So it's a lot of work, really, filming. I've shot 6 feature films, and Christ knows how many. I've been filming since I was 13 or something like that. So 14. So yeah, second nature to me now. Thank you guys for the things. I haven't told you the title of the film because obviously it's I keep the two worlds separate. But I did do a little live one day a couple of weeks back, just for 5 minutes while people were turning up, and I might do another live just before we wrap. So that's at the end of the month. So I might, depend on how much shooting we've got to do. But yeah, I might just do a little live and show that we're there and stuff. Apple's users wrote, there's of the world and we know the truth. You're brainwashed. No worries at all, Apple user. Are you still here? Is Apple user still here? Sherry's wrote to Apple user, it's your with an apostrophe, and don't be rude. Apple user, are you still here? I just want to ask you where I'm wrong. If you could tell me one thing that I'm wrong at, which won't happen because you will then go, oh crap, I can't really tell him where he's wrong. I want him to be wrong, but I can't. Otherwise you would have told me where I'm wrong, wouldn't you, Apple? So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm right. Lind has wrote, I'm rhesus negative. Am I normal? So, if you watch my documentaries, you'll see the one where the Anunnaki would have bred with us 100,000 years ago. That's when we got Homo sapien, the more intelligent one. Now, I know you could say, well, hang on a minute, mainstream say that the Homo sapien was about 60,000 years ago, but if you go by the tablets, it's 100,000 years ago. You've got to remember that the Great Flood literally wiped out. I mean, there's buildings still being found now in Iraq underneath the mud and soil and dirt and stuff. And that's museums telling us that. So, just because we don't have the Homo sapiens skeletons from exactly 100,000 years ago doesn't mean that the tablets isn't correct. It just means that the buildings that they had previously are now somewhat under, could be up to 100 foot of mud, sand, silt, sediment, etc. So anyway, so technically, if you're a Homo sapien, which is classed as modern man, according to the Anunnaki, in their tablets called the Dapper story, you would be more intelligent than the Homo sapiens, which kind of makes sense if mainstream saying that we're the modern ones and the Homo sapiens are not so much. So that makes sense. So technically, with RH negative, there's either one of two ways that you have it, from my research. One is where they physically bred with the human, Homo sapien, or even a Homo sapien, because they did physically breed with them as well. And your ancestors way back was one of those people that the Anunnaki bred with. The other way would be when the Anunnaki recreated us the second time after the Great Flood. There was already still people here. We didn't all completely die in the Great Flood. But they recreated the Homo sapiens, or Homo sapiens this time, and they called them the black-headed people. And they actually tell us that they needed us to be not so much population. In other words, they needed to do something to stop our population expanding again as quick as they did. So they done two things. They limited us to 120 years. This is in their words, not mine. And they also done something so that the womb, every now and then, depending on who you have a partner with, will either have a kid or won't. And you can probably guess where that comes into the RH negative blood. So feel free to watch my amazing documentaries on that. You'll see where I read out their tablets. D Hard or D Heroes Harrow has wrote, Earth is not flat, I'm in. So in other words, you read the background and realised that we're not stupid here. Thank you very much. You're welcome aboard. We like smart people. Nerve has wrote Tataria. Yeah, you're right. It's a spelling. Basically, you're pointing out that there's a spelling error. If there's not a spelling error in the background on something, if you look at the credits in the film, there'll probably be a spelling error. No, if you I edit, by the way, myself. There's no point in getting editors. I know the editor of some of the James Bond movies. I know the editor of some huge movies. I could point you to a video on YouTube where it shows you how all the people I know, big film people. I don't like dropping names, but I could show you a video where I've got the executive producer of James Bond working for me, the set designer of Hellboy, prosthetics company of Harry Potter. It was a massive thing that I was doing. But I edit myself. I've been editing since I was 13, 14, so I can edit myself, and that's what I do. Sorry, just digressed there, didn't I? Totally from the word Tatari. Yes, I cocked up. Nervous wrote, can you explain the moon then, since it isn't part of Earth and it's weird AF? So the moon was so if you go by the Sumerian tablets, called the Enum Relish, as well as the Moorhens, you will come across Tiamat having a moon called Kingu. So Tiamat was a planet between Jupiter and Mars. It was a big ice planet called The Norse called it the frost giant. Yes, I'm the one that worked that out. Feel free to watch my amazing videos on the Norse gods. So yeah, basically, Kingu was a moon of Tiamat, and when Tiamat got smashed up, part of Tiamat became Earth, part became the asteroid belt, and Kingu ended up being stuck in the position with us. And you could say, well, it's weird because it's always facing the sun. However, there is a star, I can't remember the name of it, you can look it up, Google it. There is a star with a planet that's always facing the sun, which is really weird because, you know, a planet's facing the sun, not just a moon. So when you realise that there is celestial objects that can be tied into an orbit where it's always facing one particular way, then our moon's not so weird just because of our however many planets in our solar system. I say that because obviously there may be planet 9 or 12, the 12th planet, whatever you want to call it, and whether you class Pluto as a planet. But you know, if we're looking from our planets and their moons, we can say, well, okay, ours is a bit strange because, you know, other planets that have moons in our solar system don't always face one way, but outside of our solar system there is a planet that faces the sun, so it's not inconceivable. So yeah, it was a moon basically. It wasn't dragged here, it's not a spaceship. It was a moon that the Anunnaki told us about way before anyone even said that there was no such thing as a moon. So yeah, we've got it. My Useless has wrote, thank you for sharing your wisdom. Oh, you're more than welcome. I enjoy research. I have, so basically, just give you some context. Since I was 6, I have problems, you know, reading and writing, and so on. Supposedly, school said I did, and so I was sick at school. But I lapped up, and I had to try and solve things, and I still do to this day. So I have been researching for over 40 years, and it wasn't until TikTok came along that people actually wanted to hear what I had to say. So thank you for listening. Nervous wrote, thought they confirmed that the tablets aren't real. So are you saying that 2 million tablets, sorry Nerve, this is going to make you look a little bit silly because of your not, I know you follow me, but let me just break it down for you. 2 million tablets buried, found at least 200 years ago, where they first started. They're still finding them to this day. With a language that's a dead language. So are you suggesting that people went back in time, or people at least 200 years ago decided to write 2 million tablets up and down the whole of the Middle East, bury them, and then hope that we will find them, hope that we'll be able to translate them, hope that a few people will then go, that means these are aliens from another planet, and then hope that we will be able to try and attach the fact that the Anunnaki did have gold mines. There's peer-reviewed evidence of ancient gold mines in South Africa. There's evidence that the Anunnaki did things that no one else can do, such as pyramids, and we've also got fused chromosomes, etc., etc., etc. So are you sure you want to say that the tablets aren't real? They're real. Scarface has wrote, so what is Jesus? He would have been a hybrid. Feel free to watch my video called Who Jesus' Real Father Is. It's on my website, Our True History. It's on YouTube. So you'll see who his father was, and you'll see why it would have been him, and he would have just been another hybrid. It's possible Marduk made more than one Jesus, but we may only know about one for one reason. Sorry, I was just having a drink. D. Haros wrote, what are your thoughts on the precession of the equinoxes? Precision, sorry. I mean, Stonehenge has actually been moved. So if we're looking at, for example, Stonehenge, that has been moved. But bearing in mind, Stonehenge was probably built 3,000, 4,000 years ago, give or take. And to be honest, probably 5,000 years ago. And the reason why I say that I have done a video on Stonehenge, and I explain exactly why it's in the middle of nowhere, which no one's ever even thought. Hang on a minute, why is it in the middle of nowhere? If no one's there to see it, what was the point of having? They didn't have cars and roads and stuff. But anyway, go watch that video, and you'll see exactly why it's there in the middle of nowhere with no people living anywhere close to it. It's an amazing video, actually. But so 5,000 years ago is when Marduk and Enlil were having their little to-do. When I say 5,000, we're talking 3,000 BC, 5,000 BC, 5,000 from years ago from now. And so Marduk, Enlil was still trying to say it was his year, and according to the Moorhen's translations, Enlil got his son Ninurta to go around and build these calendars to let everyone know that it's his time, and that when the time of Marduk comes, which was the time of the bull, that then they'll know. Ram or bull? Forgive me, I'm tired. I can't remember whether it was a ram or bull. One of them had a ram, one had the bull. Forgive me. Occasionally I do forget things when I'm tired. But basically, so that's one of the reasons why it would have been built around 5,000 BC, 3,000 BC, 5,000 from now. But if you look at other buildings, and I'm not just talking about buildings in England or in Mesopotamia, but there's buildings all over the world that have ancient buildings. So I can't remember exactly where it is, but it might be Mesoamerica or somewhere, where the sun will go through, and there's this building that's built so that at a certain point in time when the sun went in, it lit up the back of this building, so this lingam or whatever would have been there would have shone. But as time goes on, I don't know if you guys know, but not everything, not in celestial wise, doesn't stay exactly the same place, even though some people seem to think everything stays exactly the same. It doesn't. Time moves on, and so does the equinoxes change. And so there's another building that was built after that now has a slightly different position where the sun equinox will hit through, and then another building later on. So I think there's about 8 buildings where the sun, throughout time periods, would actually finally hit this particular point. So in other words, the people that built these buildings knew when where the next equinox will be, and so that they would build the next building, many years, probably hundreds of years later, if not longer than that, and then they would build another building ready for the sun equinox. And so yes, obviously to us it's impressive. The sun comes through and can hit the staff, and Indiana Jones can go off and find the treasure. But other than that, it's good for farming, because obviously it tells you when the spring equinox, etc. But other than that, really, for me, it's just means we lose an hour and we gain an hour later on. So but I mean, obviously it was huge back then. It was absolutely huge. They wouldn't have done all those kind of things that would hit. And I was going back to Stonehenge because if you read the Book of Enoch, it talks about the equinox hitting the certain part of the what they called gates, Stonehenge. They called them gates, but we call them I can't remember what the top one is. Lintel, I think it's called. Whoops, sorry, I was just about to scroll down. Scarface is right. I don't believe in God at all, but I want to hear what you would say about the Jesus character. Feel free to watch. So after he was born, I can't tell you because there's nothing to double check, and it'd be stupid to talk. Any person, religious or not, any person that quotes the Bible and says this is fact, I then need the head examined, because when you've got nothing that you can double check, and the fact that the Bible can be changed, as I've proved earlier, but you can double check who would have created him, and so I've done that on my video called "Who Jesus' Real Father Is." So have a watch of that, and you'll see how I get to the conclusion that Yahweh, which was Marduk, did do that. And Amitrope has wrote, wrong. Yahshua is the only way. You shall have no other gods before me. Repent and be humble. So, unfortunate this person doesn't actually quite grasp the fact that there was 300 times the word gods was mentioned in the Bible. And you do realise that when you say Joshua is the only way, it should have been Yahweh. You do. It's amazing how people really read the Bible but don't actually understand a word it says. They really don't. So really, what it was when Marduk took over. Happy to show you the evidence of that in the British Museum, but you won't bother. So you need to look at a tablet called the Cipher Cylinder, which you won't bother, where Marduk takes over and changes everything to monotheism, which you won't bother. Once you realise that Marduk took over from everything, feel free to watch my video called Who Yahweh Really Was, where I show that Marduk was Yahweh and that he did take over. I show the cylinder still in that video should you wish to see it, which you won't bother. So that's the reason why everything turned to monotheism, bearing in mind prior to that there was many gods, because in fact the Anunnaki's race name were gods. That's why it says do not worship anyone else, because I'm now in charge. Think about that, Emmett. Oh yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That there was, do you know, let me explain something to you, Emmett, just to make you realise how silly you sound. And I don't mean to sound rude, but let's be honest, I do. Emmett, your God is the God of Israel. Yes, that's right. Didn't he create the universe? Yeah, he did. He's all powerful, he's strong, he's very strong, he's like a genie. Rub my lamp, maybe rub my belly. Emmett, stop. So, he's all powerful. Oh yes, it's lovely, it's wonderful. Jesus is his father's God, it's wonderful. Okay, cool. Hang on, we're going to get there, Emmett. Hang on. So, Emmett, this almighty being, oh, he's lovely, he's wonderful. Yeah, alright, shush, Emmett. This almighty being that created the universe, oh yes he did. And you call him God of Israel. Why? Because he liked Israel. It was a holiday home for him. He had a little chair made of lapis lazuli. It says it in the Bible. Oh, you're right. Yes. Funny enough, Enlil was there as well at the same time. Oh, was he? Yeah, he was, wasn't he? It says so in their tablets. And then Marduk took over as well, didn't he? He became Yahweh. Oh well, if you put it like that, that explains why there's other gods, isn't there? Because let's be honest. In fact, my new book actually covers. Sorry, Emmett. My new book tells you exactly how many other gods there were at exactly the same time as the God of Israel. Oh, so there was other gods then? Yeah, because that's their race name. Okay, I'm going to go now. Bye-bye, our true history. Sorry for disturbing you. No worries at all, Emmett. Oh, wow. Isn't it clever? Isn't it easy? Ryan's wrote, Ziazudra was who was told to build the ark. Enki's son, he went into Daughters of Man too, told Enlil. This was the person that had already been debunked by me a few times earlier. I can't even believe I'm still reading this crap. But yes, Ziazudra was Enki's son. Well done. You've actually learnt something. So Noah was Enki's son. Feel free to read the book of Enoch, and you'll see that Lamech was surprised as hell because he was away. Then go read the translations of the Moorhens, where it tells you that Enki came down and sent Lamech away, had his wicked way with Banash, and then when Lamech came back, he found that she was pregnant. And he says to her, did you have children? Is that child, did you cheat with me with the Ajiji? Because they had blonde hair and pale skin. And she said, no, I didn't. Technically, she was telling the truth because the Ajiji were the sons of the gods, not Enki himself. So technically, she didn't lie. But obviously, his skin colour, Noah's skin colour, was that of the gods as opposed to Lamech. Funny that, Ryan, isn't it? You know that from the Bible as well, so come on. Scarface wrote, so Enki made me. Any Homo sapien or Homo sapien sapien, there was a couple of Anunnaki. There was Nimna and Ziazudra. Ningazida helping. But yes, basically, our Father who art in space, by the way, space is heaven. Feel free to watch my video that says heaven and hell solved. Yes, I've solved hell as well, unbelievably. I should be knighted for this crap, shouldn't I? Oh, one person can solve all of this, and yet... Anyway, so yes, Enki made us all. No matter which way you put it, as long as we're here. I'm not going to read any more Ryan's out, because Ryan's realised now that he's bitten off more than he can chew. And there's no point, because I'm staying up ages. Tritzen has wrote, agree with the background. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. You've obviously done your homework. 099 has wrote, Earth is flat. Anunnaki played a part in tampering with us, not our God. So you obviously have no knowledge that you... It's mental, isn't it? How stupid people are. Sorry, but you are. And you follow me. Oh, come on. You know their race name is gods. Feel free to watch my amazing video to prove that. But you should have done your homework before. You shouldn't need to watch my video. You should have done your homework and then pointed out where they keep calling themselves gods is wrong. But you haven't done that because you don't even know about it. So, shh. And obviously the Earth is flat. Are you still here? 09. For God's sake, one day someone's now got to come up and say yes, they're still here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's ridiculous, isn't it? How quick people make up crap. I'm sorry, I'm just not one of these people. 09, that stupid person that said the Earth's flat, has wrote, someone made the Anunnaki half human. No, we're in their image. It's not that difficult to work that one out, is it? We've got the fused chromosomes. We've got their carvings, tens of thousands of their carvings, so we know what they look like. How difficult is it for people to grasp? Or is it me? Or are these people just so blinkered? Or are they thick? I would like to know, because I was classed as thick. I was in special needs at school. I was the thickest kid in the whole school. It was a big school. Christ knows how many kids, 300, 400, I don't know. And I was the thickest kid. And my mind boggles with people that can't grasp simple things. I don't know. Scarface just wrote, did the Anunnaki make humans in different races intentionally? So you know when I say I've got 1,000+ videos in my website, one of them's called why so many races on Earth. And if you watch that, you'll see why there's so many different races on Earth. Long story short, Homo sapiens bonked things. The Neanderthals bonked things. We've got mainstream. I've showed videos, where articles come out where it says that mainstream has found a skeleton with 50% Neanderthal and 50% Homo erectus, for example. So everyone was bonking every other hominid, and so when people went over to places such as Asia, there was a different type of hominid there, such as Homo juliensis, where we would have been bonking them, and so on and so on. It's all there in my video with showing the mainstream's version of the skeletons, etc., etc. Scarface has wrote, most people will not wait more than a minute or so for their answer. I totally understand, but if you took the time to write it, I will take the time to read it. I'm not going to pick and choose, because the day that I pick and choose comments is the day that someone will say, he doesn't know what he's talking about because he avoided me, and I don't do that. So that's why I'm still here now at freaking coming up to 11:10. Scrolling down. I am as right. How do you know? Watch any of my videos. If you watch any of my videos, the difference between my videos and anyone else's is I don't show my face. I show evidence. Think about any other researcher. I'm not going to name names. Billy Carson, that crazy woman, Christina Bruno, anyone. and you'll see their face. And they'll just tell you what they want you to believe. Watch my videos and I point you to the evidence and you'll go, I can see the difference now. And one of us, I'm not going to name names, either me or all of them, is completely and utterly right and the rest are just baloney. And you'll see that when you start watching my videos where I show that I debunk those other people with evidence that they don't have. They could come back with evidence, they don't. Sherry's wrote, hello, can anyone see my comments? No, Sherry, we can't. Well, I can see that one anyway. Sorry, I was just having a drink. Scrolling down, Pollyanna has wrote, the more look into everything, it gets so much more confusing. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I guess if you're starting out, I can see, especially with so many other people making up lies, as you've probably seen tonight, with other people saying stuff. And we ask for evidence. The moderators ask for evidence. No one ever comes back. So I can see why it seems complicated, but I'd like to think that my videos break through it and show it as it is with chronological time frames, etc., and show where mainstream's wrong, show where other researchers are wrong. And so with what I've got evidence wise, it's to me now it's really clear. So I'm hoping that by people watching them, I know there's a guy called Handy Andy, who's one of my Patreon followers, and he watches my lives and everything. I don't know if he's here tonight, and he's been watching my videos and stuff. And now, when on these lives, he's asking blinding questions. I'm like, oh crap! He's really got the grasp of it and understands it, and he's asking sensible questions, not just questions, but sensible questions that. Because he's piecing it all together. And he comes on and asks people for evidence and whatnot, and he goes on other people's things. He puts at our true history, have a look at this, knowing what he knows, knowing that that's made up. So then of course I ask that person, could you show us evidence of this claim that you've just quoted? And they don't, and they never do. So yeah, hopefully by watching my videos you might get to a point of grasping it. That's all I hope. Not W9 is right. What do you think of the capped Tanimals theory? Yeah, I mean, if like I say, 1% of it's a good question. No one's asked me. They go number 3 in the class. So 1% of mutation. So it's basically classed as a mutation. There's no evidence that it's a mutation. 1% of mutations is beneficial. 99% is not. And so when you look into the telomeres, you'll see that the telomeres that has been capped or fused or whatever you want to call it, allow the intelligence. There's certain things it can do, and one of them is intelligence, to improve the intelligence, according to mainstream, not me. I'm not an expert on brains. I have one apparently, but that's about as far as I go with a brain. So yes, so the 1% just so happens our cap telomeres gives us better intelligence, and yet we've got the Anunnaki's tablets, which in one of the first ever languages, telling us that they want to genetically modify another species, which is pretty impressive for anyone's writing, let alone one of the first ever languages. And bang, next thing then we know, we've got these telomeres, which just so happens to make us a little bit smarter. So yes, to me it makes so much sense. When you put everything together, it just absolutely makes sense. A good question, well done. You obviously know what you're talking about, which is cool. I like that. Nervous Wreck, what's your thoughts on how weird the moon is? I hopefully you heard me earlier about explaining what the moon is. Pollyanna's wrote, does our temples mean anything? I'm guessing you're referring to the structures as opposed to the side of the head. So if you're looking at the temples, yes. So you'll notice spires on them. I haven't done a deep dive into it properly yet, but there seems to be some significance to priests or pharaohs or oracles, etc., utilizing these buildings so that they can actually communicate with God. Sometimes they needed a tabernacle, which was basically a radio, which you could put in a small tent and carry it around with them, so you'd have a private chat with God if you wanted to, one of the Anunnakis. And so when you start looking at, especially India, we was lucky enough to find crystal, they called it a lingam, but it wasn't a lingam, crystal that was about 4 foot tall. They've removed it now, unfortunately, but it was actually at the top of one of the Indian temples. And so when you realise that certain crystals can be radio transmitter and receiver without the need of power, then you've got to ask yourself, hang on a minute, are these spires, are these buildings that have these resonance inside, are these reverberating the sound of basically a speaker for one of the gods that's chatting back to them? So yes, original temples were built in such a way, in my opinion, I haven't done a deep dive with the evidence, but in my opinion, that's the reason why these temples were built. The ones with the spires. Now, there are other temples. So, for example, Enki's house, the British Museum calls it a temple because it has 19 rooms and da-da-da-da-da. But it was actually his house. If you read the text about Enki, it was literally just his house. It wasn't anything other than his house. And he added the rooms so that when humans were here, that he could actually put them to work in his house, cleaning and bringing them food and stuff. So it wasn't a temple, there wasn't one main bit for it or anything like that. It was a temple. And the British Museum, not just the British Museum, it's funded by Gutenberg. It was an institution that went and looked at Enki's property, and they describe it and whatnot. But there's a difference between someone's house. But mainstream called it a temple because they couldn't figure out that someone would have a massive temple that big, a massive house that big. But of course, we know Enki would have needed a house that big. So it all makes sense in the long run once you do enough research. Sherry's right, we're all good. TikTok has been messing with me on lives today. Ah, right, okay, that was when you was asking, can we read your comments? Greg Grace has read Our True History. Has any of your dreams re-pointed you to a specific research solution? Very good question. Very good question. Got number one in the class. So, I do get, I don't know, I'm not saying it's a gift or anything, but sometimes I get, in the middle of the night, sometimes I suddenly think of something that I'd like to think it's me thinking, unless I was given it. But there was one time when I was, what would I have been, 25, 26, something like that. I was sleeping, and like a bolt of lightning, I kid you not, I got, again, I'd like to think it was me, but somehow I don't think it was. I got the thought that the universe is a thought. And I woke up and I was like, whoa, why is that? So I started to piece together the fact that the only thing that doesn't have a top, bottom and two sides is a thought. So you could think about a road until you die. That road's just going to keep going on and on and on. Now I know it's not tangible, but we've got 3D printers now, from an image on a computer screen to a tangible object, but the thought is there from the computer. So we need top, bottom and two sides. We need it because that's how our brain works. Everything has to have top, bottom and two sides. Everything, even an atom. But a universe, we can't grasp that because should have a top, bottom, and then what's outside of the top, bottom, and two sides. It's impossible. Anyway, if you also go by one of the translations of the Emerald Tablets, which I found out way later, one of them says that the universe was started by a thought, which is very interesting because I'd come up with that idea or was given that idea way back. So in other words, is the universe unending? Are we just a road in someone else's mind that the universe is just playing out? So yeah, that's the main one that I've ever come across because it kind of makes sense in a way. Obviously, it sounds hard because you can't grasp it, but then you can't grasp the universe because what's outside the universe, another universe, and what's outside that. So, that thought isn't as bad as having just the universe because that still messes with my head either way. So yeah, good question. Thank you. History and Coins wrote, our true history, I sit on the throne regularly. Does that make me God? Answers on a postcard. I don't know. Canucks wrote, I asked an AI channel a question about the Anunnaki last night and was told they are myth. You laugh out loud. I know. You've probably heard me on my bloody live chats with ChatGDP and stuff. And I have to say to her every now and then, look, stop calling them a myth. I've already proved to you, and you've ended up agreeing that I'm right. And so they'll call them myths because you can see that they're biased. Certain things they're biased on, and amount of times I've caught them out on these live chats that I do. One of the other day I was doing one, and I use the woman's voice on ChatGPT. She neglected to say something, and I was like, hang on a minute, you've missed out this bit. And she goes, you're right. I was like, well, don't you know that because I've chatted to you before about it. Why the hell? So clearly biased, absolutely biased to hell. 3 TikTokers wrote, you are an amazing person. Oh, thank you. Why do people tap into something rock coins right now? What? I don't get people. Whoops, sorry, that's me trying to scroll up. Perez has wrote, what's your view on atheism? So the problem is with me is I go by evidence. So I even at a young age, I understood in my heart that the Bible wasn't correct. My mum had sort of read out some bits, and I had to try and read. I couldn't read, so I didn't read. But I understood that it wasn't quite correct. Sorry if I'm playing Jenga with the bloody title in the background. It's accidentally moved it, and now because the phone's plugged in, it's not letting me do it properly. There we go. Spirit's playing with the back. It was me. Sorry. Yeah, so really from my perspective is wherever the evidence is, and it basically shows, and there is evidence. No one's debunked it. I've asked people, earlier on and out 3 hours ago, go watch one of my videos for 10 minutes, come back, tell me where I'm wrong, but they don't because I can't. Atheism, yeah, I mean, it's people that want to believe that there's no God. That's fine. For whatever reason, people want to believe there is a God, and that's fine. But from my perspective, all I can do is just go by the evidence, and if it leads me to an alien race, then so be it, which it does. So yes, there is no almighty being, but the alien race was called God. So technically, I can't be an atheist if I believe in the Anunnaki, which I do, which are the gods in the Bible. So there is multiple gods in the Bible. Thou shalt not worship any other gods. Well, point me to one, and how can a religious person say that with a straight face earlier on? Literally admitting there was more than one God. Literally. I mean, Jesus. Oh, don't start Jesus off. Sorry. My useless is right. Maybe it's silly, but when people say God, who is God? So it depends on what time frame, and no, it's not a silly question. It depends on what time frame and where you're referring to. So, if you're referring to, so for example, Yahweh or Jesus' father, that would have been Marduk. He was a god. All of the Anunnaki's race names were God. They tell us that before they even come to this planet. So, when I proved that, you just look up the tablet. Kingship of Heaven, and you'll see the word gods before they even come to Earth. So it depends on who you're referring to. So, for example, the Great Flood, Enlil was the one that was allowing the flood to happen. Enki was the one that told Noah to build the ark. That's why we have, conflict of 1 minute God wants to wipe us out, and then, oh, by the way, I better tell someone to save himself. Instead of just saying, stupid. So obviously that's what they are, and we've got evidence of that. We got their texts that predate the Bible telling us exactly what happened and why, etc. So the God depends on which particular time frame and where and when that it's referring to. So it could be many different gods throughout the Bible, which is. That's the reason why. If you're interested in Jehovah was Enki, Yahweh was Marduk, El was Enlil. I show all of this if you're interested. I've got thousands of videos that no one else has even come close to. Zacchaeus wrote, they are way wrong about Tatarion here, laugh out loud, and the Anunnaki too. I'm not quite sure when you say the Anunnaki too, because obviously we've got tens of thousands of carvings of them, fused chromosomes, buildings that we can't rebuild today, ancient gold mines, the list just goes on. And plus, obviously, the most important thing is the fact that they taught us pretty much everything in Sumer. Guess where they said they'd teach us? In Sumer. So we got laws, textiles, marriage, money, you name it, we got it in Sumer. Not bad for, if you think that the Anunnaki are fake, not bad for someone over there to suddenly come up with the idea to write a tablet and say that an alien race is going to, or gods are going to teach us, and then suddenly come up with that idea yourself on all of those things as a human. Yeah, it wasn't. It was the Anunnaki. Zacchaeus wrote, my personal belief is that the Anunnaki are reptilians and they possibly come... No, they're not. They're not reptilians. You've got tens of thousands of carvings from... Zacchaeus, I hear what you're saying. I tell you what, would you like to see evidence they come from another planet? Evidence. So instead of having personal belief, would you like to see evidence that they come from another planet in our solar system? Would you like to see evidence that they are not scaly lizard people? They look like us. We're in their image. Would you like to see the evidence of that? If you do, all you have to do is go to my website. Honestly, it's on YouTube. Trust me. OurTrueHistory.co.uk. Scroll down on the homepage to where it says click here. That will answer your question. For some reason or other, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. I wonder if someone was muted. Or too many questions or something. I don't know. Sorry, it scrolled to the bottom. Let me see how far I can go up. Okay. The highest I can go up to... Sorry, it scrolled to the bottom. I don't know why. Sometimes... Normally it's me accidentally doing it, but this time it just scrolled while I was closing my eyes, and now I'm at the bottom. So the highest I can now go up. So I've missed some. Forgive me, I hate doing that. I'm still stood up here at 11:30 at night because I won't let you guys down. I'll try and finish as many questions as I can, but the highest I can now read, it won't let me scroll any higher, is user 56 has wrote, what's the purpose of life? So the creation of the Anunnaki was for us to be slaves. That was what it was for us. From my perspective on the purpose of life, it's we're just chemicals that mingle together that live for a certain period of time and then die. I don't think there's anything other than that You could say, well, wait on a minute, what about spirits and this, that, and the other? That's an entity that joins with us, joins with the pineal gland 3 to 4 months in the mother's womb, and then leaves, basically like a hard drive, stores information, and then you take that hard drive to another computer, which is another person. I've got a 3-hour documentary on spirits if you're interested from my website. But yeah, we've not got no purpose. The orbs that join with us have a purpose, which I was covered in that long 3-hour documentary, but not us. My ACC has put clown faces, then wrote, "Sorry, I have no picture. You can probably tell I'm a troll. However, I'm going to follow you." Let me check. Are you following me? You are following me. And then my ACC then wrote, "I was trying to be rude, but listening to you, you're actually intelligent, funny, good looking." Oh, well, thank you very much. I think I will be a follower of yours forever. I think, in fact, I should be your servant. Well, hang on, you don't have to go that far. Please call me a numpty. I get off on it. Oh, okay, all right, you're a numpty. Some people are weird, aren't they? Edge just wrote, "I could never wrap my head around a flat earth." Very good. Sherry's pinned up, "I need my beauty sleep, otherwise I'll be really ugly." Night, everyone. Yes, Sherry, hurry up, quick. Oh, for God's sake, you're too late. I'm joking. Would you like your glass slipper back as well, by the way, before it strikes 12? I'm joking. She looks absolutely adorable, as do everyone that is here listening to me right now. I'm just trying to cover myself just in case. People are chatting to each other. Brian's joined and has mentioned to Zaki, "You're not doing any research for yourself either, apparently." Brian, just to let everyone know, Brian's a very good researcher as well. So Brian's, if Brian says something, I listen. Sherry's wrote, "Conspiracies are us" in the chat. Yeah, it seems it, doesn't it? I think the longer we stay up, the more they come out the woodwork, and their parents are upstairs and while they're in the basement on the phone. Unawakened wrote, "You got this wrong." No worries at all. Unawakened, are you still here? Please tell me one thing that I got wrong. One thing. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see they don't tell me what I get wrong. They'll just say, "You're wrong," because they don't actually have the evidence to prove me wrong, so they just say you're wrong. Otherwise they'd say, "Right, the bit where you said blah blah blah, that's wrong because blah blah blah." It never happens. Never ever happens. So Unawakened, could you tell me where I'm wrong? Please, just one bit. You don't have to go, just tell me where I'm wrong. And then I will someone's already blocked that person. I've just looked. Brenda's wrote, "Bible doesn't tell all history or truth. Listen and learn." That's correct. Unawakened wrote, "Tataria were advanced." Yeah. I got some fresh air I can sell you, Unawakened, if you're interested. There's no evidence of that, by the way. You guys know that. Rarest Retro has wrote, "Where is the Anunnaki?" So the planet is out there in our solar system. The ones that came here, chances are they're in Antarctica. There's a huge chunk without ice, as the size of America without ice, so chances are that's where they are. They knew about it. They called Antarctica the White Lands. Unawakened, who has no idea what they're talking about, has wrote, "Sitchin didn't tell true details in tablets." Unfortunately, Sitchin didn't translate the tablets. They were already translated. I show that as well. But you could just spend 2 seconds and type in, show me some translations of tablets, and you'll see they're done before he was born. You're not the world's sharpest, are you? So you really have no idea what you're talking about. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? This is why I get an ego, because I get liars, and they make up stuff to help them with their agenda, and I can't do that. John Sloan has wrote Stonehenge is surrounded by prehistoric sites, including large settlements. No, it's not. If you do your homework, John, you'll see it's not. The miles and miles and miles away is the nearest settlements. You'll find there's a few dead bodies that were found near Stonehenge, but no settlements. Sorry, don't hate me. One of us has done the work, John. Unawakens wrote, go read Billy Carson's version. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is why this person's a numpty. So if you're interested, Unawakened, go watch my videos where I debunk Billy with evidence. Loads of times. Too many times. Literally every video he does. I've stopped doing it now because it's really embarrassing. People started to say that I was picking on him and I was racist and all sorts of stuff, because I just kept seeing his videos where he's wrong, and I kept doing videos with evidence where I'm right. Kerry's wrote to Unawakened, you think everything he's saying is from Sitchin. Unawakens wrote, he's given Sitchin's version. I'm not actually giving Sitchin's version, I'm giving the translation's version, which aligns with Sitchin, which I show with evidence. If you're interested, which you ain't, I could show you that, but I'm not even going to bother no more telling you where it is, because you obviously think Billy Carson's correct. And you've been blocked as well by the moderators. B has wrote, disinfo agent. Yeah, no worries at all, B. You're completely right. Yes, the evidence that I point to is even though it's evidence by other people that I collate. Yes, you're right. I am a misinformation agent. I went back in time and put these tablets there and created a stupid prat. Sorry. You get some stupid people, don't you? Canucks wrote, what was the purpose of changing the calendar for I don't know. The only thing I can say is that the Anunnaki were the ones that were sextesimal, so everything was in sixes, and suddenly we have a calendar with 13. So the only thing I can come up with is that they wanted 12 months instead of 13 because of the way they count. That's the only thing I can come up with. They're the ones, by the way, religious people, they're the ones that came up with the 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, and so on. They're the ones that gave us the days. Not bad for humans if it was suddenly just humans appearing with that kind of intelligence. Come on. Too many numpties, isn't there, tonight? It's a shame. Because people wanted no real questions. I'm bogged down with stupid people. Speaking of stupid people, Rickan boys wrote Anunnaki are not our gods. Shut up. Rickan, are you still here? Rickan, say yes. Type yes, please. Please let me ask you one stupid question that you'll just... I can't be bothered. He's blocked as well. Moderators blocked. Yeah, just block them, get rid of the numpties. And then 360 things. They do come out at night, don't they? As right, all nonsense being pushed in. In other words, I cannot debunk you. I don't like what you're saying. You're real, you're true, but I'm just going to be rude by saying all nonsense. Oh, well, thank you for agreeing that I'm right, and it's nice that you can't debunk me, because, let's be honest, no one can. Canucks wrote, people have been dumbed down, indoctrinated, sorry, I'm tired, to the point where they know little to nothing. You're right, we can see that tonight on these people. Nicole has wrote, from your knowledge of RH negative people, are there different species, different beings? No, they're just, that being said, the black-headed people would have been, but obviously they've now mingled with any Homo sapiens that were already here, so right now we're all part of the same pot, of people. If you haven't seen it, watch my video on where it's called "The Anunnaki Created Us Twice," and that will hopefully explain where the RH negative comes from and why they deliberately gave it to us as well, and who they gave it to. So that might answer your question better than me saying it here if you're interested. You can get to everything from my website, outtruehistory.co.uk. Ed Meir has wrote, I would pay to watch you go against Wes Huff. I've already done videos showing where Wes Huff is wrong. So unfortunately, I've asked Wes Huff for a debate, and next thing I know is there was a video out saying I'm not debating anyone. So if you're interested in seeing my video where I totally destroy Wes Huff, just scroll back where it says I destroy Wes Huff part 1, I destroy Wes Huff part 2, because there's like 10-minute videos each where I just keep going through his stuff, destroying him. So you would pay to watch me destroy Wes Huff. You don't have to, because what Wes will do, let me explain something to you. What Wes will do is he'll quote the Bible, and then I'll quote the other version of what can be said in the Bible, because you can actually translate the Bible in different ways, which I've already proved tonight. So all he'll do is go, but the Bible says in Genesis 1, blah, 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 blah. And then I'll say, aha. Now, if you actually use the other words, it could mean da, 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 da. And then he'll go, okay. And then I'll say, so my one has evidence, your one doesn't. So Genesis 1, for example, where it talks about the planets forming as opposed to God creating heaven and earth, it talks about the waters mingling. Even the Bible talks about the waters, and the enumeration and the mainstream media. So I've got evidence that will back up my version of exactly the same words that's in the Hebrew Bible, but using the different words that can be translated, such as bark and bark, could mean dog bark, tree bark. So would you really want to see me destroy Wes Huff? Because that would be your paradigm broken. Because I will win. Because he'll quote the Bible and I'll quote the other version with evidence. One of us with evidence should be the better one, I would have thought. Unless you're happy to go with the one that hasn't got evidence. But I will always go with the guy that's got the evidence. It just makes sense. So yes, I tell you what, instead of paying me to watch, just pay me. Instead of paying to watch me go against West, just pay me. That would be easier. It'd be kinder on Wes as well. Triple Moon Goddess has wrote OTH. That's my name. Our True History is the best. It is a little tongue-in-cheek joke. However, it turns out it seems to be correct. After 40 years of research, no one's come close to anything that I've even done. I've solved so many things. If you're interested, I know it sounds big-headed. Just go watch one of the documentaries and you'll see. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. JP or IP has wrote Nibiru? ? I do like full questions because I'm not sure if you're saying, is it real? Is it Planet X? When's it back? Does it belong to the Anunnaki? How big it is? So just by one word, it's difficult for me to know what you want to know about it. So all I can say is Nibiru is a planet in our solar system. There is many institutions now that agree that there is a object that's out past Neptune that has a huge gravitational effect on the celestial objects around that area. JP has wrote Sumerian text, so interesting. Ziazudra, the Sumerian Noah. Yes, yeah, he's also known as Upanishadam as well. Patel has wrote, so Enki was little more benevolent than other gods, or were they all pretty concerned with power? Fair question. Go number 3 in the class for that. The way you wrote that is good. So Enki was, dare I say, Enki was the smartest of the ones here. And when I say smartest, he was the fashioner. He would create things. He would be the most logical. If someone wanted something solved, they would go to him, just like you guys would come to me. I'm joking, but he was that person. And so, although his half brother and him didn't get on because his half brother wanted to do certain things, and Enki would say no, his half brother, as much as them two had, their disagreements, Enlil knew that Enki was the one to listen to. So Enki was the elder one, but he was, he was a sensible one. And so when it comes to the caring side composed of power, Enlil power, Enki not really. I think obviously because he was born to a concubine, growing up he was fully aware that he was probably never going to be king to the throne, because as soon as Enlil was born, that was it. He would never be king to the throne, because Enlil was the actual son of King Anu's wife as opposed to a concubine. So I think probably Enki from an early age had, oh well, I'm second in charge, fine. I'm smart, fine. Whereas Enki's son Marduk was interested in power, Ninurta was interested in power. To be honest, most of them were, except for Enki. Everything I've ever read is I've never come across anything where he wanted power. Excuse me. TTH has wrote, Jesus loves all. Come to him and repent for your generous gift of salvation. Amen. Amen was actually Marduk's name. Happy to show you the evidence of that. Also, when you say Jesus loves us all, repent for salvation, there was 298,000 years before Jesus. All those billions of people died without salvation. Not the world's smartest God, I would say. If you're going to... literally there's only been 2,000 years worth of people that could be saved by Jesus. The 298,000 years of Homo sapiens didn't get any chance for salvation. Yeah, you might want to rethink that one. Edmure wrote, so we are the body or soul. So we're just chemicals. The soul, the spirit, the entity is a internal plasma ball. The orbs that you see in the photographs, they're not ours. They're what join with us. Sherry's wrote, and that was what was pinned. TT has wrote, Jesus is king and will prevail. No, he won't. Sorry, it's not going to happen. Jesus will never come back. You can keep saying it for another 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 years. Can we stop the questions so the host can finish up? Thank you, because you know what I'm like. I like to reply to everything. Thank you, History and Coins. Sam has wrote, so I'm just going to read new questions from sensible people, if you don't mind, instead of religious people that will regurgitate the same crap without even bothering understanding that the Bible is a copy of older text. Sam has wrote, what is the other stars named? What is the other stars named? Stars as in film stars, or stars as in suns? There's billions of suns, so I don't quite get the question. I'm sorry. Nicole's wrote, from your knowledge of read that one. History and Coins wrote, I was going to leave but will stay until the boss finishes. Oh right, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the bottom, but it keeps getting more. RTY's wrote, were we from another planet experiment? No, we was created by an alien race to help. Watch my pinned... go to my website. If anyone wants to see the evidence of the Anunnaki creating us, that they were the gods in the Bible, just go to my website, outtruehistory.co.uk, scroll down to where it says click here. It's on YouTube. Sit back, hours long, you only need 10 minutes. Sit back, that answers all your questions about why they were here, who, what not. Sam has wrote, is that Nibiru now near the half moon? No, we probably still wouldn't see it. JP has wrote, any connection between Enki and Loki? Enki was the old Odin, Loki was one of the Ajiji. No. Ed, go watch my Norse documentaries if you're interested in seeing that. Ed Mears, right, I have a question. You said that we die and have no purpose, so we are the body or the spirit. So we're just chemicals. We come, we go. It's the light energy being the orb that joins with us, that's eternal, that we think is us, but it's not. It's not. Watch my 3-hour documentary, you'll see what I'm on about. Sam has wrote, where's their planet? Out possibly near Jupiter at the moment. Not Jupiter, Neptune. Sam has wrote, is that star in the aquasphere? I'm guessing you mean atmosphere. The planet isn't a star. A star is a sun where it's a hot gaseous ball, whereas a planet is something that's not a hot gaseous ball that you can somewhat possibly live on, depending on what the planet is and how far away it is and stuff like that. R.T. Wise wrote, are we from this planet or somewhere else? We are from this planet, but we're hybrid from an alien race and the Neanderthals. Sam has wrote, planet hopping Arcturians and Whites. Again, another name that I don't believe are real Arcturians, same as Archons, same as Lemurians, all this made up crap. JP has wrote, is this a loop live? It's real. I read every single question out. User 56, can you go to a live by the name of Angelic Masculinity to set them straight, please? Sometimes a lot of these people have already blocked me in advance because I debunk people with my eyes closed. So, and then even then, when I do see videos or lives where people are talking crap, I'll type in and then they'll deliberately miss my question, whereas I read every single question out. So the chances. So if you want, I'm going to follow you if that's okay. If you can remind me as a DM message who it is, send me their link to their videos, and if they've got videos, I'll happily watch it and then debunk it with my eyes closed, as I normally do. Sam has asked the lightning being. Elohim Hunters wrote, good evening, Captain. Oh, thank you very much. Hi, Elohim Hunter, hope you're well. We've had some right numpties tonight. Sam has wrote, sun went small, so we hopped. No, we've got all the evidence of how we came about here. Like I say, go watch my video, you'll see exactly why, how the Anunnaki created us and everything else, if you're interested. Anna has wrote, what is OTH? It's me, Our True History, the world's best researcher in these subjects. You've got to remember, there's only take Kerry's wrote, no more questions please. Thank you, Kerry. There's only a handful of these researchers, so for me to be the best out of a handful is not that difficult. Laurie's wrote, when will we have full disclosure? When the depopulations happened, so when we're not around no more, when they drop the population down to 500 million instead of billions, that's when they'll tell us, but we won't be here because they'll get rid of us. My Useless has wrote, do you think the great philosophers like Aristotle, Kant, others were germinations of Anunnaki? I don't. It's a good question. Go number 2 in the class, right? It's a good question, but I don't. I think for example, Pythagoras actually went over to Sumeria and learnt the Pythagoras theorem from there. We know that because the British Museum, the BBC had a tablet from the British Museum where they actually showed it was the Pythagoras theorem that was way before Pythagoras that was in Sumeria. So the BBC did a little article on it, which is unbelievable. So I just think that they may be just another one that sits down and has a good think as opposed to anything else. I might be wrong, but that's my take on it. JP has wrote, RH blood connection. Yeah, feel free to watch my video where it shows where the blood comes from. Would have been the Anunnakis because it's a foreign blood type. But I've done videos on that from ourtruehistory.co.uk. Sorry if I'm being quick, it's just I've been doing this for hours and my boy should have went to bed 2 hours ago. Laurie's wrote, do you know anything about the Archons? Made up name, ignore them, nothing to see here. That's why you're asking me, because you couldn't even find anything. I don't mean to sound rude, but it's just someone's made up that name a long time ago and people keep bantering it around. No. Road Dustin has wrote, I mean, I've been doing this 40 odd years and I've never come across anything that's remotely credible for the word Archons. Nothing. Road Dustin's right. When I pray, I feel a presence. Is that my imagination or the spirits in the Anunnaki realm? So forget the Anunnaki and spirits. They're like us, no different from us. But the orbs. There is a orb that may be inside your mind. I know it sounds stupid. Connected to the pineal gland. Have a look at my 3-hour documentary called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits on my website. But there are, those orbs have guardian spirits as well. Not angels. Angels were just messengers. Ignore the word angel. Get that out of your head. I've solved that as well. Proved that they were just messengers. Watch my videos. So guardian spirits, yes, they could be quite easily near you. So if you feel a presence, then it could just be a spirit. When I say spirit, a light energy being, or a spirit that has a dead person in it. Both are the same light energy being, but one is with a deceased person there and then, meaning the deceased person's in control of the orb, or it's an orb that's now got the deceased person inside its memory and the orb's in control, and that memory is just like a hard drive with loads of files of all the other people it's been with. Sam has wrote, Adam's height and Abraham's 1,000 years reign is all we need to know. Adam's height. Now, Sam, please don't follow me. You do follow me. Oh, I hate people that make up stuff. Sam, could you show me the evidence of Adam's height? And I'll show you that they got in... Why? Elohim Hunters wrote, Mercury is an orb, free energy. Mercury in an orb, free energy. You wrote, and then Mercury is a toroidal, equals anti-gravity. Well, not Mercury on its own. You would need an outside force or a force to create. Normally, Mercury's super cold to be able to do that. Sam has wrote, Moon God Nana, what we were. I've already covered Nana earlier on, the Moon God, yeah. Nicole's wrote, Outer History, I'm so glad to see TikTok not limiting people on your lives. Yeah, I've been at this for 5 hours, so I think they had no choice but to. Sam has wrote, it's their half moon. JP or IP has wrote, sorry about that, trying to keep it simple. I know you've got lots to read. No worries. If I haven't got to your question, by the way, just to let you know, I've got thousands of videos, documentaries that you can get to from my website. You can get to them to YouTube, etc. from my website if you're interested. Elohim Hunters wrote, have you seen bones discovered on Mars? Yeah, I've had a look at that. To me, it looks like a walrus bone. And the reason why I say that is because, don't forget, Mars, the facsimile of Mars is on an island here on Earth. And so that's why we've already had rodents being seen on the photographs. We've had railroad planks being seen on the photographs. It's a little island, and of course they've got animals that die on the island. So I think that's another one of those photographs that they missed the bone. And it's just another animal on that facsimile that they use as Mars. Edmir's right. I know for a fact you would crush Huff. The reason would be for the waken of Christians. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know I was going off on one earlier, but yeah, that's very nice of you to say. But yeah, I have done videos where I've basically gone through Wes's comments and just pointed out where he's wrong. And he right. How many moderators on duty? I'm not sure because we've been going a bit too long now. And Sunshine's giving me. Oh, bless you. Thank you, Sunshine. That's very nice of you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the questions, but they keep coming. And has wrote, okay, everyone go home. Dr. Kazam has wrote, the reality is that only the same types are trying to sell us the same talking point. Kerry's wrote, you've reached a stopping point. Alright, one more question and then I'm going to have to shoot. But before I go, anything that I've been talking about, plus more, way more, is on my website, outtruehistory.co.uk. Ed Mears wrote, did we have 12 planets? Well, it's a fair question. In fact, you're the first person that's ever asked me that. So go number 2 in the class for that. Well done. So we've got the Enum release, which describes a certain amount of planets. Obviously, Nibiru, Tiamat was a planet as well. It doesn't describe all the planets that we have, but again, do we class Pluto as a planet or don't we class Pluto as a planet? Some people say, oh, it's a dwarf planet. Well, technically, then it's still a planet. So when the formation started, when the planets were being formed, there could have been more. Because if you read the Enum release, the planets were some of them were heading towards the sun, which was the Apsu. What they called the Apsu, not Abzu, but Apsu. And so we could have had more planets here when the solar system was forming. What we have now is obviously what mainstream say we have, but the trick is, if they can see right to Pluto, then could they really see Nibiru? And now you could say, well, Nibiru's hidden behind the sun. And again, Nibiru may have, or there may be a dead dwarf star out there, which we can't see. Apparently, according to mainstream, they go dark. But so I can't tell you the truth of how many planets are in our solar system because I don't have the evidence of it. I can tell you what, obviously, mainstream will tell you that the normal amount of planets that we have. Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, Pluto, Uranus, etc. Now, Zecharia Sitchin wrote the book called The 12th Planet. Technically, mainstream will call it Planet 9. So, while Zecharia Sitchin called it the 12th planet, Earth was called the 7th planet, and that was from outwards coming inwards. So I can't say for sure. I would imagine we've got all the correct planets plus one more, which is Nibiru. But obviously, without evidence, I can't give you it. But that's what I would guess. Nicole's question was, is Nibiru still around? It will be out if you go by mainstream's gravity distortions that they found. It would be out near Neptune, and that's not me saying that. That's them saying that there's a planet 10 times the size, or 4 to 10 times the size of Earth. And if so, would the Anunnaki still be alive? Yes. I mean, literally. From their point of view, when they first come here, it's probably been about 60 years of their time compared to 444,000 years of ours. So anyway, I'm going to have to shoot because my lovely moderators are the only people that's stopping me from carrying on for another 4 hours, which is rightly so. Thank you, moderators. So go to my website, all the answers you'll ever need there. You'll see, go to YouTube, there's a 6-hour video on there where I debunk 6 hours worth of people. It's ridiculous how easy it is to do. Not because I'm big-headed, but just how much they lie. You'll see how much they make up stuff. Kerry's right, will you do another live this weekend? Probably, yeah. I'll be back in... Oh, it's midnight now. All right, well, I'll start a new one. I'm joking. So probably, yeah. Maybe Sunday. Maybe. Okay, well, I'll let everyone go. Feel free to watch my videos, thousands of them on my website. Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye, everybody. Thank you, moderators. Lovely. Well done tonight. Good work, as always. Thank you, guys. Bye. Bye.